are we on now? It is day 25, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You looking forward to the end of the month and getting your free khatun?
Yeah.
I mean, you already have Apothecary, so it's not as important to you now, but she's still a good champ. It's going to help you out in Barbarian faction crypts a lot.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And you can also use her in spot places where, like if you wanted to specialize Deacon away from something, but you still needed her to fill that in, or Apothecary. So, it's hard to say, but I would say one of the places that you can look to get her in there is like as a speed lead for, say, maybe a dungeon run where Deacon is not like he's weak affinity or something. Like you can do that, because she's a different affinity than he is. Or if you have a second drop defense champion, that's also a thing that you can, if you can pull him out, you can put her and the other drop defense champion if that champion brings something else, like a weaken or a poison or something that you need. I mean, he's so good that like the chances are you're not going to pull him out of too many teams. But you also have her as a 3v3 option. She could be your second speed lead, so you'll have him on one team, you'll have her on another. So there is some value in her, even if you have Deacon. But think back to the days where like Deacon was not part of the promo codes, It's like, man, everybody loved getting khatun. It was like, yes, final.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm ready.
Yeah. All right. Hello, Femreal. Hello, Fangslice. Evening, Fangslice. Welcome, welcome.
I didn't realize we were going already.
Yeah, we're going.
How's it going, everybody?
We're going. We've been going for 2 minutes.
Oh, nice.
There she is, the queen of your account, Fane.
Oh, yeah.
How are you enjoying her now that you've got her fully up? She's 60. She's level 60. You've got a blessing on her.
Yeah.
Did you pick an actual blessing yet, or did you just get the soul? Phantom touch. More damage. More damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, really quickly, you still have the thumbnail from Tuesday on the stream.
Oh, okay. That's true. Let's pull that off.
The little things.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and change this.
But yeah, Fane's starting to do some work.
Okay, unfortunately, I was gonna do it to I was gonna change it to the NOOB versus Pro, but that one's got a date on it. It says August 22nd. So we may just have to go with something really basic. What would be a good thumbnail? I'd love to put Stuck Shadow Legends up there. Great. I don't think I have that. Do you have the Stuck Shadow Legends thumbnail?
Yeah.
Why don't you put it up? Can you put that up? Or can you not get in here while I'm on the live stream?
No, I'm pretty sure I can get in there.
All right. Hey, Bryce. Welcome, welcome. All right. We're just trying to get the the stream squared away. All right, so while you're doing that, I'm going to start reviewing. Oh, I'm at 100%, so I'm going to hit level 45 probably with my next battle or two. So quick rundown of my Arbiter missions. Here I am on, let me see. I don't even know if you can see that. Can you see that? Yeah, like behind my head over here. Okay. So I need my second rank 6 champion. It's a bit embarrassing that I don't have the second rank 6 25 days in. This is easily the slowest I've ever done it. And it's like I haven't been focused on it. But I do have what I need, I think. So yeah, I've got a 4-star chicken here. So he's a 5-star chicken. So once I turn him into a 5-star chicken, then I think I have everything I need. I've got enough. So I just have to figure out how I want to do that. Let's go ahead and pull some mystery shards here. And yeah, and then we'll keep moving. I don't know that I've caught up much or made up much ground, son. But yeah, where are you on your Arbiter missions?
I am still stuck on the same one. 15 5 or 6 star artifacts from stage 13 of the Ice Peak Golem. Or Ice Golem's Peak. But thankfully, I finally started to progress on it.
You know, it just occurred to me. Oh no, you okay? We've got your audio on. I turned you off last time and I forgot.
Oh.
Yeah. So what number of the missions are you in?
That is number 188.
So you are exactly 20 ahead of me. I'm at 168.
Nice.
Yeah, so you're down here somewhere. This one. You're at that one right there. Okay, so I need to make up some ground. I think I could do that. I could potentially do that. I have to worry about the potion keeps though. That's annoying. The next one is a spirit potion keep, which doesn't open for 3 days. So it doesn't open until Monday. So I've got to wait until Monday to get through that one. And then the next one after that is Force. Okay, so I can get that. But then the next one after that is Void. So I have to wait 3 days to get through Spirit. And then I have to wait 6 days to get through Void. So best case scenario, I get through this in 9 days' time.
Yeah, realistically, I'm probably going to be stuck for a little bit too, because I've been focusing on my faction wars instead of getting another 6 star.
Yeah.
So that'll probably lock me up for a little bit, and then I'll have to wait for the magic keep.
Yeah. The good news, I think, for both of us is that a week from today, we get 2 times voids. Right?
Yeah. I've only got 2 shards right now.
And I've got 4, which is good for me.
Oh.
What do I have here? I picked up a new champion. Oh, I picked up a new rare, right? Wagon Bane. So I think today what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get my next 6 star. And because I really don't have any good options, I don't have many good options. I mean, I could 6 star Wukong, but he's not going to help me in a ton of places. So the 6 star is either going to be Deacon Armstrong or it's going to be Shield Guard. Now, if I 6-starred Shield Guard, that's going to give me a second good damage dealer, defensive base. It's going to make me tanky. It's going to help me in places like Spider, which I need help in. But it's not going to help me in too many other places. He's not really a clan boss champion. So, you know, we have that. The other option here is just to get my Deacon to 6, which feels, you know, feels fine. Like, that's not going to help me progress a ton anyway, but I need him. So, you know, it's not a waste, at least long term. It's going to be fine. I can get a banner on him, get him some extra speed, get him some more accuracy. And I will be capping out on accuracy with him at 190. Like, I need to get it up to about 250 in order to get all the dungeons to stage 20. So it's about 240 that you need for stage 20. So that accuracy banner is going to be helpful if I can get that. But I don't know that he's going to progress my account very much now. But yeah. But I got to get past this mission. So, and I'm not likely to pull it. The only other champion that I could pull, like from a mystery shard, would be what you pulled from a mystery shard. If I got my apothecary, I could go in 6-star apothecary, and that would bring me some value, I think, in a lot of places. But that's really the only champion I could get from a mystery shard that would be a potential 6-star at this point.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm thinking right now is going to be my next 6-star. Now, the problem is what if I pull a sweet void next week?
Well, then apothecary can sit at 5 and do the job at 5. You know, that is something to consider. It's like how good does the champion work at 50? And any buffer, anybody who's just a buffer for the most part, which is what apothecary is, or like a healer, does pretty well at 5 stars. The advantage of getting a champion like that to 6 stars is extra survivability, so you can go into higher levels of dungeons and clan boss. And then the banner, right? If you can get the banner on them, that's an extra bonus. And then the final bonus, I guess, actually, is if you get into clan boss, you can get that 6 tier 6 mastery for War Master or Giant Slayer procs, and you can do more damage against the clan boss. So those are the 3 primary advantages. Like, but for a damage dealer, taking a damage dealer from 5 stars to 6 stars is, they get so much better. Because not only do they get more survivable, they hit so much harder.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, so, and then there are, you know, if you have like a debuffer, getting that accuracy banner is really important. So the banner on Apothecary is much less valuable than the banner, say, on Deacon Armstrong.
Yeah.
You know,
I think it's just his ability to keep me going in a lot of scenarios that I want to take here.
Yeah. No, and he's a great 6-star. He's very valuable, especially early. But if you pull a great Void champion, you know, if you pull a, I don't know, like if you pull, who could you pull? Who could you pull that I would say, let's just do a quick, let's do a look.
Cardia.
No. Let's look at epics. This guy's always shooting for the moon.
I've wished it will come true.
Yeah.
Spoken it into existence.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you could get Terrace or Marishka, you know, like if you want to really, really shoot for the moon. Yeah, those are even probably more powerful than Cardiel at this point. But yeah, so if we're looking at, like, Ursula would be very good. Ursula would be very good. Probably not like the best champion for you. None of these. Let's see. Well, Godseeker and Neri, but you are strong on supports. What we need from you is a tank. We really need a tank.
I need a tank so bad.
You do. If you got a tank, life would be so good for you. So I'm just looking through sort of the epic voids here and seeing, you know, Urgrim could be good. Skrank could be good. Pundar, all 3 of these champions could be good. Towering Titan is kind of interesting. He's got this provoke.
People are saying that's where I'll grab an Acrisia or Demitha.
Right. Demitha would be great, and Acrisia would be, yeah, that'd be game over. I would definitely retire. I think we've already said this. If you pull an Acrisia, I'm retiring. Yeah, I mean, a Kempton would be phenomenal. I don't know, Frenzy. I don't think she's that great. Not bad. I'm trying to think if there's anybody who jumps out to me. I feel like there's somebody. I feel like there's got to be somebody. Well, you already have Padma. She's not really a tank, but she's a good defensive-based champion. Right. Undead. I still don't understand how Undead Hordes have no Void epics. That makes no sense to me.
They don't need them. They're too good.
That's true, actually. They are very good.
Are they? Okay.
Yeah.
I was totally pulling that out of nowhere.
They are ridiculously good. If you pulled a Skull Crown, that would be sick too. If you pulled a Genbo or a Skull Crown and just had your arena solution already, that would be amazing.
Just to pause for a moment, say hello to all the new folks.
Hello.
Kate, Bryce, Femral, Fang, Alex, Tommy, Kevin. Wait, did I already say Kevin? Kevin, you got two. You got 2 hellos. You're special today. Today is your day. Seize all that you want.
I would say here, Runekeeper Dazdark would be a great champion for either one of us. This guy is amazing. Now, you need him less than I do. I could really use him. And the reason you need him less than I do is because you already have a cleanser. You have Anchorite. Now, I think Runekeeper Dazdark is probably better than Anchorite, but I'll show you his kit. Now, this guy is... this guy is really good for clan boss, and he's great for arena. So you can use him in 2 spots. So he has a lead.
I wish I could see your screen to watch this with you, but...
Oh, you're right. I gotta...
No, we're enjoying my clan boss fight.
You want to watch your clan boss fight? We'll watch it.
Well, I'm watching my clan boss fight.
while everybody's been watching your clan boss fight, I've been scrolling through the index looking for champions.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize I wasn't on the screen here. But yes, hello everybody. Let's say Kevin, Shikarian, Bo, hey, how's it going? Alex, Kate is back. Welcome, Kate. I don't know who else. Tommy is back. All right. Got a Zord. Hello. Vic Nathan, hello. Welcome. We've got Mr. every time we've got Mr. Yeah, congrats. Wouldn't Umbral be good for him? Umbral Enchantress. Yeah. I mean, she's a solid champion. I'm not going to say she's not. In terms of what he needs at this point. So the thing about Umbral that is a little bit tricky is that she has her penalty, right? So when she uses her provoke, she locks out all her skills, right? So her A3 is attacks all enemies, has a 100% chance of placing a provoke debuff. I'm gonna put this up on the screen so people can see this. This is a good question. I gotta figure out how to do this. Yeah, I'm good at this. I know how to do it. There we go.
You can do it.
There we go. All right, now we got to get Sun out of the way. All right.
No, there goes Apothecary.
So, yeah, so this A3, now she's a defensive-based champion, and she's very good, and you can use her in a few different places. But her A3 attacks all enemies, has a 100% chance when booked of placing a provoke debuff for 2 turns on all enemies, and then places an unkillable buff on herself for 2 turns. So she's going to take all the hits, and she can't die. She places a block active skills debuff on herself, and that can't be resisted or blocked or removed. So you can't prevent that penalty from happening. So she gets no other skills for 5 turns if you use this. So basically, the goal here when you use this is to make sure that you preferably win within the 2 turns that she's got the provoke up. Now she'll hit with her A1 while she's locked out. So this is, decent, and it can hit harder because as her HP decreases, it hits harder. So it does a decent amount of damage. And then you're basically locked out of her A2. Now her A2 is solid on its own. It's an AoE that has a 100% chance of placing block buffs debuff for 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. So that's a very good skill as well. So definitely a good champion. The reason that she's tricky, especially on an early game account, is having the team around her that can do the job in the time frame that she needs them to do the job can be pretty tricky. So, decent defensive stats you can't really see right there. Defensive stats are pretty good at 1354, a little bit slow at 93, and HP is meh at 15k. So yeah, I think, people like using her in Arena as a lockout champion. You build her very fast. You get some turn meter, maybe ahead of her, get her to go next and lock out the enemy. And you can use her instead of a second turn meter champion. So instead of a go first team that's like Arbiter into Deacon or like Deacon into Runekeeper Dazzdirk or something like that, you would go speed lead into Umbral Enchantress, lock them out, and then it doesn't matter how long it takes you to kill them, as long as you can do it within, the time frame of her skill. So. But we actually need a tank.
Pro and who is noob in this context? I am the noob.
Yeah.
Cole's the pro.
Yeah.
But I need a tank, yeah.
Yeah, so, but the thing that we're talking about a tank for is not so much just having somebody who keeps the team alive like in wave content. We're specifically talking about a clan boss tank.
I'll take a tank for anything at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he needs a dungeon tank too, but he needs a tank that's going to keep his team alive with an increased defense or an ally protection or a strengthen or, something like that, in addition to potentially provokes. So we were up to the dwarves, and I was talking about Runekeeper, and I was going over Runekeeper's kit. So Runekeeper's kit is awesome. So let's... Son, you're in my way, man. Why are you always in my way?
Hey, man. Don't judge me.
I'm not judging.
I live my best life. I'm right where I need to be, okay?
You're a disembodied voice at the moment.
Oh, well, sweet freedom.
Yeah, now you can scratch. Now you can, you can pick at things if you need to. All right, so attacks, I'm going to flip it back to you, and I'm not going to let you know when I'm coming back to you, though, so, be cautious.
I will be gladly picking my nose just for fun.
For
the next 30 minutes.
So you get a leech up. Now, we already have a leech from Deacon Armstrong, so this is not super crucial. But if you don't have a Deacon Armstrong, this can get that leech on the clan boss, which is really good. That can help sustain you if you don't have an unkillable composition. On the A2, this is the skill. I love this skill. Places a 50% increase attack buff on all allies for 2 turns, then fills the turn meter of all allies by 25%. So this is really close to Arbiter's A3, I think it is, which is the same exact skill except increase by 30% instead of 25%. So it's almost as powerful as her skill. You can see he's at 105 base speed here, so he is super fast. He's got 20k HP, 1255 defense. This is a tanky buffer. That's basically what he is. And he's not a debuffer, he's a buffer, right? And healer. And then his A3 removes all debuffs from all allies. So it's a full cleanse. Whereas Anchorites is Anchorites just one random debuff? Is that what it is? The cleanse? I think it is.
I believe it's all, but I'll
check
have to read the skill when I get a chance.
But so this is a cleanse plus a 25%.
It's one random debuff.
Yeah, it's one random debuff. That's what I thought. So full cleanse heals allies by 25% of this champion's max HP. And remember, that's based off his HP, so you can get his HP nice and high, so it's going to be a big heal. Plus a continuous heal for 2 turns on any allies that have a debuff removed. And this is on a 4-turn cooldown. So you get that cleanse on a 4-turn cooldown. If you run him at a 4-to-3 ratio, in Clan Boss, he's going to bring you the cleanse. He's going to bring you heals if you need it. He's going to bring you increased attack and turn meter fill to get you going faster. He's going to bring you that leech. He's going to give you ally attack in all battles if you don't have another aura that is more useful. So, fantastic champion. We could both use somebody like Runekeeper Dazdirk, but I especially need him for my Clan Boss cleanse. I really need somebody to help me out there. All right, and so then now we're all the way down to Shadowkin. Now Shadowkin do have some tanks. So Shadowkin actually, I think, have 3 decent options here, maybe more. Let's start with Burn Geary. So Burn Geary would be a decent option. Now he's got a provoke on his A1, and it's actually at a 40% chance, which is solid. He is a defensive base champion. Then he has an AoE stun at 60% chance on a 3-turn cooldown. So that's going to help you a ton in dungeons and waves. So he could do you some work there. And then he does have a strengthen and a shield, but the shield is conditional. But he does have the larger strengthen on all allies for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. His passive is not something you want to use in Clan Boss very much. But it will help keep him alive. But yeah, so this could be a decent all-around solution for you. Good defense, decent HP, a little bit slow. But between the provokes and the stuns, that's going to help you in wave content, and the strengthen is going to help you in Clan Boss. So that could be decent for you. Yeah, Burn Geary could be a good find. Oh, I just realized. We're talking about voids. This guy's not void. If we're talking about non-voids, we could talk about we could go anywhere. I just realized that.
Classic mistake.
Yeah, classic mistake. So unfortunately, that's not going to help you out. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to get your hopes up.
Well done, good son.
Yeah, sorry about that. Finally,
I'm like little Timmy the day before Christmas. I'm just
you're like, ooh, so there is a good one out there. No, not as a void. But I'm just realizing I've never actually done this before. I've never looked for void epic tanks before and realized there aren't any. Like this is the first one. This is the first legitimate one we found, which is Naya. And she is a legitimate tank. 20k HP, 1277 defense, 98 speed, all good stats. She's got an AoE slow on her A1, which is phenomenal. I love this skill. It's at a 50% chance. It's so good. It's so good. The A2 removes all debuffs from a target ally, then heals them by 40% of their max HP. And if this champion is not the target, decreases the cooldown of all the target skills by 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. So it's like a single target cooldown reset, kind of like Renegades, except it's on a 3-turn cooldown instead of a 5-turn cooldown, and it's single target instead of AoE. So it's a little bit tricky to use in Clan Boss, but you can tune her for Clan Boss team. And then you've got ally protection and the lesser weaken. Plus she has this nice passive where whenever this champion is healed, this heals everybody else by 20% of that heal. So it turns a single target heal into an AoE heal. So, she'll fit in well with like Apothecary, because every time you give her that massive Apothecary heal, she'll spread some of that heal to the rest of the team. So this is an actual tank with ally protection and strengthen, plus some additional utility. I love the slow. The slow won't play in Clan Boss. This reset could play in Clan Boss. You can also turn it off if it messes you up, because sometimes it's hard to tune. And then this, yeah. So she would be perfect. Ally protection and strengthen for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. The only downside of this, and this just kind of irritates me, it's the big ally protect and the small strengthen. Like, why? Why do that? Make it the big strengthen. Just cause.
Just wanted to say to Carl T, welcome. He said he's just subscribed, new subscriber.
Awesome.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, we appreciate new subscribers. That's great. Thank you. All right. And then finally, actually, there is a void rare. There are actually a couple of void rares I guess we could talk about that would be decent. The first one is Tree Shield Knot, who's right here. Good in faction crypts, triple hitter on his A1 with a decreased attack. He's got an increased defense on all allies, and then he's got a shield and a revive. So that's not bad. Not quite somewhere between tank and reviver. In the Dwarven faction, we actually have Bulwark, who's pretty solid.
Is it me, but from all the uncommons that I've pulled from dwarves, they're all terrible for me.
The uncommons,
even in their little faction crypts. So I don't know if I want any dwarves.
Yeah, the Dwarven uncommons are awful. Bias. And to be fair, their rares are pretty weak as well. But they have great epics. They have really good epics. I mean, they have probably the 2 most desired epic champions in the entire game. They have Geomancer, and they have Demitha. It's like the only one who maybe competes with those 2 would be Maneater, in terms of just like desirability. And then you also have all these other great champions. I mean, Gala is great, Runekeeper Dazdirk, Morag, Melga, Rearguard Sergeant, Cornelia. I mean, there's so many good epics in this faction. And the legendaries are kind of insane. I mean...
Hey there, Remus. Hey, Jeffrey.
1, 2, 3...
Somebody said Master Butcher and Avir have something to say about not having good rares.
Master Butcher and Avir are the... Yeah, I mean, I think the best rare in the faction is probably Bulwark. I've heard people talk about Kurzad and Painsmith. Master Butcher has a specific use, and he's decent at that. And Avir's an okay all-around support. But compared to other factions, I would say, like, I wouldn't call any of those great rares. Like, I definitely wouldn't. I'm not looking to build any of them except Master Butcher, and only as an early game Bommel solution. So I don't think they're awful. Like, I definitely don't think they're awful. There are decent ones there. But if you want to see, like, we were just looking at Sylvan Watchers. Like, look at these rares. There are only 5 of them. I would take any of these 5 over every single Dwarven rare, except for Master Butcher, and only if I needed him for early game Bommel, because he doesn't scale up well, right? He won't even get you all the way through hard unless you really, really overinvest in him. And they're usually better solutions. But yeah, I mean, Turlak is phenomenal. Knot is phenomenal. And then I think Kate, Margrave, and Rieb are all decent. So, of course, I don't want to fight about, I don't want to say to people, hey, I don't like your rares. Like, if you get value somewhere where I don't, that's also totally fine. If you say, you know what, I use Avir all the time and he gets me a ton of value and he helps me out early game and I invest it, that's great. That's great. Then I don't want to argue with that. Avir's solid. I just, I tend not to invest in him that much or that often. But yeah. All right, red dots. Let me get into chat here. Let me put you up. I'm gonna get into chat and say hello to people. Oh, see, this is what happens when you think you're safe, and then I click back, and here you are wandering around.
Perfect timing.
But all right,
it was the chair's turn.
We have a bunch of suggestions of good champions, but we were specifically looking for a tank. So
Yes,
Carl T says, hi, Colred, just subscribed. I believe if you have Stone Skin on Umbral, it blocks the lockout on herself when she uses her provokes. That's interesting. I've never heard of that combination. In the skill, it says it cannot be blocked. But that was written well before Stone Skin came into the game. So it's possible that that is true. Tommy Dash said, yeah, Naya might be the best Void epic tank. I think she is. I think she's the only one I found. So yeah, I think that's what we're talking about. Would healing from gear like Immortal count for her passive, Alex asks? I think so. I think it does. As long as it counts as healing, it should count. And I do have one built out, so we could potentially test that. Remus says, hey, Cold. Hey, son. Hey, Remus. Welcome, welcome. Jeffrey, welcome. Master Butcher was on my one-key brutal Hydra team, Tommy says. Tommy, you're always pulling gems out. Every week I say something, and he's like, actually, I hate to contradict you, Colred. Actually, I love to contradict you, Colred. It's like my favorite thing to do. I do it all the time. But you're wrong about this champion, and you're wrong about this champion. By the way, I use this champion that you don't like, and he's awesome. That's like every comment I get from Tommy. He's like, hey, great video. By the way, here are 7 things that you missed. I'm like, oh, jeez. I feel like I should interview Tommy. I should be like, hey, Tommy, tell me all the good champions, and I'll just write them down, and then I'll make a video. I'm just messing with you, man. It's all good. It's all good. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. One of the things that has happened since I've been making videos is I've learned how much I don't know yet. You know, I knew that going in. I knew that that was going to happen. But there are tons of things that, like, you can only experience so much in this game. You know, there are almost 800 champions in the game. I've leveled up maybe, I want to say at this point, like 13 or 14 accounts to level 50. But I've only leveled like 5 accounts to level 60, you know, and I've only leveled 3 accounts past level 70. So even within there, like within that spread of accounts, what you have a tendency to do is find your lane. You know, you get in a rut. You know how good a champion is from previous accounts, and you want that champion because you know it's going to unlock something for you, and you don't get that champion, and so you feel stuck. And then at some point you'd be like, all right, well, I'll invest in somebody else. I'll look around for other champions, find new champions that can maybe do the same thing. And then you start to, you know, kind of grow your knowledge base. But when you're doing mostly referral accounts, you're not interested in doing that kind of research. You're not trying to grow your account. You're just trying to get to 50, you know, so there is sort of that limitation as well. So by having, you know, by having people comment and tell me things, like I didn't know that thing about Umbral Enchantress we were just talking about. You know, so that'd be kind of cool to figure out, because if that's something, if you can put Stone Skin on her and negate that passive, that like negative, she becomes way stronger. And then all of a sudden you're like, yeah, I want to use her all the time. Kid of the Disc says, is it only me that doesn't like Master Butcher? I built one on an account, and he definitely helped me unlock Bommel. In just like the first 2 Bommels. And then at that point, your gear is probably going to run out. Now, if you have God tier gear, yes, you can make him very valuable. Clearly, Tommy has very good gear. You don't have the substats, man. Yeah.
The substat struggle.
Yeah. See, we got Tommy here answering questions in the stream. Thank you. Oh, we leveled up. Level 45. Hydra unlocked. Oh boy. Oh, that's good, I guess. Another thing to do, son. We got to do Hydra now.
Yeah. There we go.
I updated my BlueStacks this week. It is crazy slow now. I do not know why, but it's like at least 20-30% slower than it used to be. It's super frustrating. Did anybody else update BlueStacks recently and get the drop off? It's I don't know if I have to redo the settings on it or something. I don't think it's my computer. My computer's not struggling. Everything else is running fine. But just the new BlueStacks is like doesn't want to move. Don't want to move. Exile says, "Hey, Colred, your video today has me ready for a gear cleanse video. How about my account on Takeover Tuesday? You can definitely come our way. Definitely try it. Let's go for it."
I like it.
I have to remember. Exile, were you the person who we pulled and then we didn't? It was Girl Squad, right?
Yeah. TGS.
Yeah. That was Alex, I think. Alex, was that you? Are you Girl Squad?
I believe so.
So, Exile, you'll have to apply and see if we can get you in there. Carl T says, "I just tested my Umbral and Full Stone Skin that I never used, and it does work to block the lockout debuff." That is good information. It's Alex, not Axel, I think. Great Dane, welcome back. All right, so I wanted to do something on the stream today. So yeah, this is NOOB versus Pro, but Sun is stomping me. So the thing I want to do, I guess today, I'm gonna go ahead and make my next 6-star. I'm gonna do that, but then I'm thinking about switching over to my main account. So I don't know how many of you have been watching the Clan Boss series of videos we've been putting out this week. I know there are a lot of them. So we got those videos out. But yesterday I was messing around and I was trying to build a Poison Explosion team, and it's coming along okay. I spent like 30 million silver. I built out a bunch of different champions, and it's fun. It's like, it's just cool to mess around with something that you've never done before and learn about it. I don't have a ton of resources to do that often. That's the other reason why it's fun. And one of the reasons why I've always wanted to get on the test server, to like just have endless resources to mess around with things. But, it's always fun to have a day where you can just theory craft and run some stuff. So that's what I did. And I found out two things. And one of them is really important because it totally changes my plan. But one of them is that Poison Explosion doesn't work on the Clan Boss. I didn't know that. I don't know why that would be true. But it doesn't work on the Clan Boss or on the Hydra Boss. So now Poison Activation does. And the difference between Poison Activation and Poison Explosion is Poison Activation, like, speeds up the procs of the poison. So rather than it going on the turn of the target, you just activate one poison turn, like proc. It just procs, or 2 or 3 or however many you can activate. Poison Explosion literally sets every stack off simultaneously. So if you had like 5 poisons up for 3 turns each, that would be 15 stacks of poisons, and it just blows them all up instantaneously on every, on the target, on whatever targets you can. So I was like, oh, that'd be really cool. I would love to do that. That would be just a lot of fun. And so I decided to build a Poison Explosion Clan Boss team. And I tuned it all out in the calculator. It took me several hours. Basically, it took me 2 days. I got my tune perfect. I built out every champion except my Poison Exploder, because I was going to do a video on building the Poison Exploder, which I then did. And then in preparation for that video, I found out it doesn't work on Clan Boss. So I spent 30 million silver, and I made 2 new 6-stars. And I can't do what I want to do. So that hurt. That hurt incredibly bad. But it's, you live and learn, right? We live and learn. So I'm going to try to make lemonade out of lemons. Like we want to do that. Lemonade out of lemons? Yeah, I'm going to try to turn lemons into lemonade. That's probably how the expression goes. So a couple of things. One is I'm just going to use Poison Explosion in dungeons because it works on dungeon bosses just fine. And there's a really cool combo that I want to try. So I want to do that later in the video. And then the other thing is I have to salvage this new speed tune. because I broke my clan boss speed tune to make this new speed tune.
Oh.
So literally I had 2 Ultra Nightmare speed tunes. I had one for every affinity except Spirit, and then I had a different one for Spirit affinity. And I broke the Spirit affinity one. And that is a problem because now I don't have a Spirit affinity 1 key, like an auto 1 key. I just eked one out today by like 300,000. Like I just got lucky with the clan boss quick battle, and it gave me the 1 key by just barely, like maybe 500,000. And that's way too close. I was doing like 120 million before, and then I did 71 million today. So I need to salvage that speed tune somehow. So we're gonna look through my roster. We're gonna go through all of the champions, and we're gonna try to come up with champions that we can slot in there instead of my poison exploder. So we're gonna see if that works, and it's gotta make more than 71 million damage on Spirit. That's the goal. It has to work on Spirit. I don't care if it works elsewhere because I still have the other speed tune. I haven't broken that one yet. I was going to break that tune. I was going to break both tunes, but I'm glad I only broke the one. I thought this was going to be like a huge thing, and it turned out to be like, no wonder nobody's done it, because it doesn't work. I was thinking that when I was building this. It's like, how come nobody ever thought of this? This is such a great idea. And it's like, they probably did. They did think of it, and then they came across the same problem I did, which is that poison explosions don't work on the clan boss. It was really weird too, because the first time I went in there, I was like, oh, this is going to be great. I was just testing it. I hadn't speed tuned it entirely. I'd speed tuned 4 of the 5 champions, and I just wanted to see it in action. And so I got in there, and I got like 8 stacks of poisons, and I clicked the explosion, and it was just like, whatever the immunity is, the boss immunity, like that message just popped up like 10 times, and then nothing happened. And I was like, wait, what? It's infernal resistance or whatever, infernal resilience. Just infernal resilience popped up. And then I looked at the damage score, and I was like, did that not do anything? And so then I had to like close it down, start up again, go back into the run, and try again. And yeah, it doesn't work. And then I read up about it, and they were like, oh yeah, by the way, this doesn't work. Like, it doesn't say that anywhere on the champion. Why would it not work on the clan boss? It makes no sense.
Yeah, that's pretty sad.
It is.
And I like it.
It's rough. It was very rough. I mean, 30 million silver, man. Like 2 6 stars, 2 6 stars. I mean, I'll get value out of the 6 stars. I will. I won't let that slide. I will get that value. But man, that was rough. So, all right.
Oh shoot. Well.
All right. So the first thing I got to do is I got to get a 6 star. I need this guy. I've got 2 of these. So I need 2 of these 3 stars to turn into 4 stars. Oh, that's why I didn't do it, because I have the faction crypts this week. I mean, not this week, today. So let's get in here and do these. Let's see, do we have any other? We have none. Okay, let's see if these 2, this is a 40. This is a 40 and a 30. So let's see if they can do stage 3 on their own. They may not be able to, but they might be able to. Hyria is sort of built. She does have lifesteal gear, so she might be able to even solo this place.
Ouch.
Oh, I'm still showing your screen. Okay. So I'm here in High Elves faction crypts. That's what I'm doing. Let's see if Hyria can solo stage 3. Oh, come on. No, she's gonna die here, I think. All right. I got to take a look at her. Where is she? Oh, she's in the... Why is she in the... That makes no sense. Oh, I also have... I forgot I had Relic Keeper. Should be leveling him up. I need to not lose out my accuracy here. She is sort of on my clan boss team.
Ooh. Can't believe I'm actually making progress on this ice golem. I think I tried like 4 or 5 times earlier today and got absolutely destroyed.
You've been manually?
Yeah, but now that we're live, all of a sudden I've won every single one.
Nice.
I don't know what it is.
Game day, baby. It's game day.
Game day. Of course, you know, it's dropped like 10 mystery shards instead of gear.
Yeah, of course. All right, so Haria is on my clan boss team, and potentially I could use more on her, definitely. So I could build her out a little bit stronger. I'd want speed. Crit rate's okay because she does decent direct damage, but she's a poisoner, so I don't want to lose accuracy. So I want to try to pick up accuracy if I can. But speed is also important. Man, I don't know. Crit rate with defense, that's not bad. I could do that. What about the chess piece? Do I have a decent chess piece here? Not really. Got attack percentage chess piece. This one's got defensive percentage and accuracy. I would lose speed. And these chess pieces are no good. Yeah, so I think I'm just going to swap the one piece for now. I can just do that swap here. I'm going to remove this. This is a good thing to do, by the way. Remove, destroy. Don't spend the silver to remove trash pieces that you're never going to keep and use again. And then why don't we just level this up? See what that looks like. Okay. A little bit of HP, that's not bad. It's a lot of accuracy there. Don't want to lose that piece. This is pretty good. This piece is okay.
Somebody asked, when is it too early to save for guaranteed champs for shard pulls? Kind of curious myself.
That's a good
question. Is it ever too early?
Yeah, it is. Because right now you want to be spending your shards.
Something on your account.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll tell you when I did it. And I think I did it a little bit late, but I did it about the right time. I was close to the right time. When you get to a point where, let's say for ancient shards, you stop getting excited about two times events because the only thing they're bringing you is legendaries, like potentially legendaries. Like you don't need any more epics. You've got all the rares you need, and ancient shards become fodder for food. Like they're just 3-star chickens for the most part. At that point, probably you've got enough legendaries for most of the roles. You're in maybe hard, at least normal Hydra. You've got your Ultra Nightmare clan boss team done, and you're in the phase where you're looking for like faction war champions and Doom Tower champions. Like once you transition to that point, now you want to be more specific about where you spend your resources. Now you're looking for specific champions, not just generally good champions. So you're already going to have your Scylla Drakes. You're already going to have your Arbiter. Maybe you've got your Vizix already. You know, you've got your Ultra Nightmare, at least 2 key clan boss team down. You've got your normal, your easy and your normal Hydra down. And you're looking for like, you know, hard Doom Tower champions. You're looking to speed run, you know, Dragon and Spider. Like at that point, you don't need to spend Sacreds or Ancients on anything except for guaranteed champions, or when there's like a quadruple dip that you can do during a fusion or something. So yeah, I right now I only spend Sacreds on fusions and guaranteed champions, and that's it. And I've been doing that probably at least 6 months, maybe like 8 or 9 months, which would put it probably around the 1.5 year mark for me, something like that. And like I said, I think it was a little bit late. I probably could have stopped pulling during the 2x events like 14 or 15 months in. You know, living in Gold 5, so no problem there. Living in Ultra Nightmare, no problem there. And I think the thing that kept me from doing that was probably I took too long to get my Ultra Nightmare 1 key clan boss team down. I had like a easy 3 key that wasn't speed tuned. So it was a 1 key Nightmare and a 3 key Ultra Nightmare. And I just sat there for 6 months. I was like, that's good enough. And that was a waste. That was a total waste because I probably could have speed tuned a 1 key like a month into that. When I got to my 3 key Ultra Nightmare, like I already had the champs that I used for the 1 key Ultra Nightmare. I just didn't want to sit down and do the work. So I would say I wasted like 4 or 5 months of, you know, clan boss keys that I didn't have to. And that's frustrating to look back on. That's one of my biggest regrets, is not getting into that fast, you know, sooner. But around that point is when I could have said just guaranteed champions at that point. I will never stop pulling void shards during 2x events. There are too many good voids out there. Until I have Akrisia and Yumiko and Krisk and Marishka and Taris and Hegemon and, you know, like until I have all of those champions, the best times to get them are during 2x events. So I'm not going to. Siphi, you know, there are too many good ones. Too many good ones to not pull during 2x events. But yeah, for other stuff, I will probably not pull. I'll usually pull only on guaranteed events. I overdid this here. What do I need to do? I don't know what I need to do right now. I'm trying to get my 6-star. All right, so this is what I'm going to get back into campaign here. And
Mr. Fudan is just throwing out video ideas. His last one was biggest regrets playing Raid Shadow Legends.
I've thought about that one. I don't really like negative videos, but if they're learning lessons, you know, you can definitely, yeah, it could be worthwhile.
I can see the tagline now. Colred's biggest fails.
Thanks, man.
That's the video I want to watch.
Yeah.
I'll edit that 3 times over just for
You'll do like the regular version, then you'll do like the slow-mo reaction version where you just keep looking at my face. And then you'll have one with like the sad music playing in the background. You'll create a little custom graphic, a little dude will pop out of the bottom of the screen playing a violin and crying.
Oh yeah. That sounds wonderful.
It does, doesn't it? I think one of my biggest regrets is this NOOB versus PRO deal.
I don't know why you would ever say that.
I regret doing this. I regret agreeing to start a second account while trying to begin a YouTube channel. Like, that was not the best decision. I was just like, oh my God, the number of hours I have to put into this account for the sake of, you know, I mean, I thought it was a really good idea. I love the idea. I was the one who recommended the idea. I went to Sun. I was like,
yeah,
hey,
I was about to say, this is your own fault.
Sun was like, you know, he was like, hey, guess what? I'm like, what? He's like, I think I want to play Raid. And I'm like, all right, that's great. And then he was like, yeah, so should I download it through a referral link? And I was like, no, you shouldn't download it at all. You should wait a week. And he's like, wait, why? And I was like, because I want to make videos about it. And he's like, okay. And he agreed to do it. And I think it was a good idea. But it didn't occur to me that the extra like burden of playing another account, you know, is and it's not like, oh, hey guys, you know, another account's really, really hard. It's not that. It's just really stressful around 7 p.m. every night because the server's going to close down. I've got my main account. I've got this account. I have to have dinner with my wife, you know, between 6 and 7 because that's the only time we get to see each other every day. Got to do all that stuff and then get everything done by 8 o'clock before the server resets. And then after 8 o'clock, I got to start thinking about, hey, are we doing another video tonight or are we planning a video for tomorrow? So it's just like, you know, some nights like I don't go to bed until 2 a.m. and then I wake up at 7 and I'm, you know, the thing I'm thinking about is last night's video. So it's just a lot. It's just a lot. And I would like to say I'm enjoying it. The thing I'm enjoying most actually about the experience is Sun's account. I'm having a lot of fun talking to him about his champions. And so like being here, knowing that I'm lurking in the background and giving him extra motivation to stay progressing. And like, he doesn't want me to catch him, you know?
No.
So like putting the pressure on Sun, that's a little fun. Like
I would bring shame to my family.
So yeah. All right, let me get back into chat. It's been a little while. Yeah, I agree with you, Tommy. Tommy says, you know, some things are just good advice both ways, to be honest. The decisiveness is what makes it good. And there is an element of that in the advice that I give, and often how I approach giving advice anyway. I will always recognize that I am not the expert at all things, right? Can't be. Nobody is, you know? So I give advice based on my experience. I try to couch it in terms that are clear, like, you know, hey, if you make this other choice, that is another choice you could make, and that could be valuable. But based on my experience, this is the way you want to go. And I don't want to say, oh, well, you could, and you could, and you could, and you could do this. You could think about that. Maybe, I don't know. I want to say this works. I know that this works. That's why I'm recommending it. That other thing might also work, but I have my doubts about it, which is why I've never done it. But if you can make it work, more power to you. Come back and tell me about it. You know, because now I can start recommending it because I know it works. David Grubby says, good old damage caps on max HP skills. That's true, David, but here's the thing. It does 0 damage. If it just went to the cap and did the damage cap, that would be fine. But instead of doing the damage cap, it does 0. And that feels broken to me, right? So I don't mind damage caps on max HP skills. I just mind a max HP skill not doing any damage at all. Venomage is best for popping poisons. Venomage is one of the champions I am considering. Very good at popping poisons, yes. Bryce says, I hate spending an extra key when you whiff the goal by under 1 million. That is awful, and I hate that as well. And that's why I need to redo my speed tune to make sure I don't lose that one key. Modern Thinker, welcome. There is a lot of strange inconsistency present in this game and no place where it's written down that you could go learn about it. That is one of my biggest frustrations with Raid, is that they've gotten better at this, by the way, but they're not good at clarifying what's happening in their game. You just have to discover it on your own. Sometimes they write stuff down, but they hide it. It's really hard to access. Like, there's something that I just saw today for the first time, I think, or maybe like the second time ever. I'll actually show it to you because you might not know it's here. So I was looking through gear, and there's this thing where is it? It's okay. So here you go into the filter, and you see this eye up here in the upper left corner. Everybody can see that? No, you can't see that. It's blocked by sun. Okay. So when you open the filter, like when you click on gear, you don't see it. When you go into the filter, you're normally thinking about all this stuff. But if you go up here, it says artifact type. If you click there, it has this whole rundown of all of the artifact stats and like how everything works and all of the bonuses. Like, and it's not like critically advanced information, but look how detailed it is. It like talks about all of the different places on your gear. It talks about the set bonus mechanic and the priority stats filter. It tells you how to use all of that stuff. It's all of this stuff. It's all great information. It's all information that new players should have right at their fingertips. And instead of a tutorial that says, hey, there's this great button that you can click on about artifacts in this filter, they have the Arbiter missions at the beginning pop up and be like, you click this button for artifacts. Like they haven't rewritten that tutorial in 4 years, and it's awful. Meanwhile, somebody went through the effort of writing this amazingly detailed guide, and nobody knows it even exists. I mean, look how many pages of information this is. It's crazy. It tells you where every gear set drops. It tells you every place you can get gear. It talks about all of the bizarre exclusive accessories. Look at this. This is crazy good information. And I've been playing for 3 years, well, 2.5 years. I found out about it today. And you know how I found out about it, son?
Do tell.
I misclicked. I was trying to click the shield and I misclicked and I hit the eye and this thing popped up and I'm like, what the hell is this? I'm like, and then you can go up here and there's an FAQ and guides button, and that takes you to a website where you can get a bunch of other information, which, by the way, I've actually been to this website because you can get this from a few different places. But they have game guides, they have guides and FAQs, so you can go into all of this. They have game guides on all the different modes, artifacts, everything. It's like, why isn't this more accessible? Why don't they like say, hey, by the way, this should be a button on your Bastion screen? You know what I mean? There should be like in this thing right here, like FAQ and guides, you can get to that. Okay. So you can get to that. But the gear thing, it should be here. It should be right there. It should be in the same place. Like right here, there should be a button that says everything you need to know about gear. Look how big this menu is. You could fit another 11 icons on this screen easily. Have some better tutorials. Do I sound angry? I'm not angry. I'm not angry. I'm irritated.
A little jaded. Just a little. Slight tinge of green.
I feel like that parent thing where you're like, Raid, I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. That's how I feel. That's how I constantly feel. Like, Plarium makes me mad enough. The whole mythic shard thing is kind of infuriating. But this stuff is just disappointing. It's like, you got such a good game, dude. Just finish it. Just finish it. Some of this stuff should have been done in beta. Just finish it. You've been out for 4 years. Just polish the game. You can hire one dude. You can hire one guy who's in his second year of computer science at your local like community college, and he could come in and fix this crap for you, because that's the level of stuff we're talking about. Right? Like, you don't need high-end graphics for this. You just need somebody who's like, oh yeah, you should put an icon on the main screen for the guide. Could be an intern. You don't even have to pay him money. He's going to be able to fix your stuff. Drives me nuts. Drives me nuts. Okay. Modern Thinker says there's a lot of strange inconsistency. Thus, players have tried to share and create their own player-built resources, be they Discords, websites, or whatever. Yes. And in fact, Plarium benefits incredibly from an amazing player base. Raid has crazy good content creators and players that share information. It's such a great community. And I think in some ways it's a great community because the game is too frustrating for like people who have anger management problems to stick around, right? Like, if you play this game for more than 3 months, You've got to be at least somewhat capable of managing your emotions, because otherwise you're just going to rage constantly. And so I think the community is very friendly with each other, and we're all in it together. It's kind of like a fraternity of people who've been through it. They put us through it, and we've all survived it. So if you can slot in Dark Hail or Venom Mage instead of your Poison Exploder, that would work. Yes, that is my current thought. Yeah, Tommy, exactly, right? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, that's such a...
Can't see you, Colred. I don't know why you can't see me. What type of champ do you need the most, Colred? Bryce asks. I don't have any needs at all. Like, there are tons of champs I could use. But do I need anybody? No, I don't need anybody. The one champion I could really get a lot of value out of would be Kymar. Kymar or Yumiko. I need a reset champion, and there are only those two that matter, because I already have 2 Renegades. And I have Emek, and I have 3 Painkeepers. So I just need Kymar, preferably, or Yumiko, who I would love. Oh my god, I would love Yumiko. So that's it. Those are the only needs I have. I wouldn't mind another like top-notch arena setup champion or support. So like Duchess would be phenomenal, but I don't really need that. If I want to push in 3v3, all I have to do is spend the time in the silver and rebuild some champions, because I have everybody I need. The chat is going faster than I can answer the chat at this point.
Sounds like a good problem to have.
Socrates, welcome. I'm going to be skipping around. Kate says, see you guys, family time now. I understand that. Have fun in the stream. Thank you, Kate. We will see you soon. The problem with regrets. I don't need to go into that anymore, I think.
You're catching up. You're getting there.
Joe D, welcome. Good to see you. Derek, welcome. 2 accounts during CVC is exhausting. Also, if you ever have tried to do a fusion on 2 accounts simultaneously, that is incredibly difficult. And I once did it with 3 accounts. And I won't do that again. That was too much. Just 3 accounts doing a fusion on 3 free-to-play accounts. That was crazy hard. Yes, 11 more icons. I counted. Icky Ray says, no, just be angry at Plarium. It's fine. They deserve it. It's like, yeah, it's not. They deserve it, but I don't. Right? I don't deserve to be angry. I don't want to be angry. I don't like feeling angry. And I don't think I'm as good a version of myself if I'm just walking around angry. So I try to forgive them, not for their benefit, but for my benefit. Yeah. Socrates says, no one wants raid to be fixed. Come on, it's great.
Oh, man.
Tommy said, I played for 8 months and just recently quit because of frustration. Yeah. Yeah. I feel you. I'm glad you're still sticking around, though. I enjoy your commentary. Bo says, it's like an abusive relationship. We're getting abused, but we don't report it. We just stay for the ride. I don't want to make light of something like domestic abuse or abusive relationships. I don't want to. But there are similarities outside of that. There's like a psychology that does kick in. And you can actually see it with the content creator program, which has made me seriously question whether I want to even apply to the content creator program. What Plarium does is they tell the content creators, be thankful for everything we do for you. That's basically their attitude. We give you drips and drabs. We don't give you half of what you deserve. But because we give you so little, if you're not thankful for the little that we give you, we'll take it away. And there have been content creators who have left the program because of that. Jay Giggs left the program because of that. And so, yeah, Plarium very much expects us to continue to spend our money on their game without considering our opinions about the game. And yeah, so there is a psychology that gets mirrored that way, and it's actually a psychology. It's a toxic psychology that you can see in corporate bodies. There are corporate bodies who feel like they are entitled to their consumer base's money without considering their consumer base's needs or opinions. And the best thing you can do when you come across a company that has that attitude is not buy their product, right? Because it's better for everybody when you don't spend money on their product. And in this case, I generally believe in supporting financially the games that I play. I generally do. And I've had trouble getting behind that with any gacha game I've ever played. And it's not just Plarium, it's all gacha games. And in fact, more and more games in other spheres, I'm having more and more of an ethical objection to the way they monetize. And so if you have a punitive monetary policy, I don't care how good your game is. I'll play it if it's free to play. I'll talk about it. I'll tell other people to play it. And I'll tell everybody, you can play this great game for free. Don't spend money on it. You know? And that's sort of where I'm a little bit stuck here. I really like this game. I think most players and most content creators really like the game. But every time Plarium does something like they've done with Mythic Shards, I think to myself, they do not care at all about their player base. We are just being used as a source of income, you know, and they'll keep us just happy enough to keep us from walking out the door if they can.
That's how you really feel.
Yeah. Oh, you meant on my new account. Bryce said, I was talking about what do you needed on your new account. I need everything on my new account. There is not a thing I have. I have a starter champion and Deacon Armstrong, who was a starter champion. That's all I've got.
He needs a snowball's chance in hell to catch up. That's what he needs.
I need a clan boss solution damage dealer. I need a really good carry support for dungeons. Like, man, if I got Scylla the Drakes now, I would be like, oh god, that'd be such a good thing. I need a ton of stuff. I need help in arena. I could use an increased attack turn meter champion. Like a Runekeeper Dazzdirk would be huge for my account. Yeah, I need a lot. I need everything. Then Bryce said, I'm going to be getting... Hey, Cooking. How you doing? I'm going to be getting Drexthar, probably holding him for a champ chase, though. Syl and Arbiter around the same time. Who should I 60 first? And who should my books focus on, if not the same champ? You don't need books on Drexthar. You can get a lot of value out of him with 0 books. He's better booked. But of the 3, he's the one that you need the books on the least. Both Syl and Arbiter can likewise run without books. When you think about the fact of, like, Arbiter, if you're using her primarily as a speed lead in your arena, her aura doesn't need books, and her turn meter fill and doesn't need books if you're nuking them out in 1 turn. So if you want a really effective go first team, all you care about is speed on her. So if you get her to 6 stars ascended, get as much speed on her as you can with a banner and stuff like that, then you don't need any books on her at all. Again, gets better with books. Scylla the Drakes, I would say, is probably the one who benefits from books the most, but you can even run her without books. You don't have to book any of those 3 right away. I would say Scylla the Drakes is probably the one that benefits the most from books, if only because you get that AoE down to a 3-turn cooldown. So her A2, you can get it from a 4-turn cooldown down to a 3-turn cooldown, and from a 20% chance up to a 35% chance for stun. So this skill gets a lot better with books. And then her A1 also gets better with books because it starts as a 20% chance of placing a slow, but that can go up to a 40% chance. And then the decreased turn meter also goes up to a 50% chance. So these 2 are really, and it's not too many books. It looks like 9 books here. The 2 books here in the Revive are good, but so yeah, I mean, she needs a fair number of books. 11. I mean, that's about average. But I would say she's the most valuable for books. She's also the most valuable of those 3 champions. Like Arbiter's awesome. Arbiter's really, really good. And you can use her outside of Arena. But Syl goes everywhere. Syl will be in every team that you build. So I would say get her going. All right, back to chat. I got to catch up to chat. Chat is still going. You guys got to slow down. No, don't slow down. Keep chatting. I don't want to stop chatting. What are you doing?
How dare you?
Yeah. I got Valkyrie. She any good? Yes, David. She's amazing. She's phenomenal. She's one of only 3 AoE counterattack champions in the game. And for my money, she's the best one, although Martyr is very good. Huge shield. Lots of damage. She's got turn meter control on her A1. She's great in Arena because she's got a passive that lets her cut in. So when the enemy gets buffs, she gets turn meter fill. Really good Arena champion. Really good in Clan Boss. You can skyrocket your damage with all the counterattacks. So yeah, she's a phenomenal champion. Bobby D'Agostino says the community deserves a peace prize for putting up with them. I assume you're talking about Plarium. Yeah. Bo says Stockholm Syndrome or something. It's crazy, to be honest. It is. Content creators for Plarium equal free marketing. That is true. We are like part of their marketing team. And in fact, I think they would treat us exactly like their marketing team, like an unpaid marketing team. They would fire content creators. In fact, they kind of do. Like if they don't like a content creator, they kind of push them out. And they're like, yep, either be free marketing or don't get anything from us at all. Corporations are like monkeys that learn when they push the button, a banana pops out. So just picture Plarium as a monkey who keeps pressing the button even though they have enough bananas. Yeah. Victor, welcome. Do you think it's worth to put my Trunda on a Savage gear but lose 39% crit damage? Probably. It depends. It depends where you're... If you're just... Let's say Trunda's your arena nuker. Ignoring 25% of the enemy's defense will increase your damage quite a bit. So it depends how high your crit damage already is. If you have like over 300% crit damage dropping down to like 260 or 270, that wouldn't be a huge loss of damage. Whereas if you're sitting at like 150 without it, then maybe it wouldn't be worth it. So that's hard to say. Colred, your debate ideas about gacha games and how they ignore and they develop pay for play. These are the same arguments when TV was new and cable companies used free over the air channels. Cable companies used broadcast TV as part of their service and then charged for that service. I assume that's what you're talking about. So they charged for something that was already free to people. I'm not sure that that lines up exactly with what I'm talking about, but I understand the similarities there. Your words on Plarium's attitude towards players and CCs was very enlightening. Thank you. Yeah, I don't have any firsthand knowledge, so it's more, there are a few videos out there that have kind of accumulated over the years, and then there are the people who have bailed out. Darth Microtransaction, Jay Giggs, those are the 2 guys that I would watch if you want to hear stuff about like how Plarium disrespects people. They're both kind of bitter about it, especially Darth Microtransaction. He's kind of he's an interesting guy, but clearly like the ethics of the situation bother him quite a lot, and he personally feels very strongly about it. And so like that, there's a history there. And it was also interesting. This is a guy, Stu Gaming. I don't know if you guys know Stu Gaming. We share a look. He's the other bald content creator who used to be
we share a look.
Yeah, a raid content creator. And he left the game last year, I think, early in the year, a little bit over a year ago, maybe. And I'm not sure how I feel about Stu, actually. He's not necessarily my style of creator. But that being said, he wanted to draw light to something. And when he did, Plarium booted him. And then his reaction was to say, well, screw you, I'm gone. And I think unfortunately for him, it hurt him financially. He had a fairly successful channel that kind of collapsed because he made that move. And I think that's the model that people look at and they worry about. Like if Deadwood Jedi made that call, if Ash would probably be okay. But if HH made that call, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars in income, maybe millions of dollars of income that would just evaporate. Because they've hitched their, they've hitched their wagon to a company that doesn't appreciate them. And I'm doing the same thing here, so I get it. I don't, talking about Plarium sometimes makes me a little bit cautious, because I don't have a personal relationship with them and I don't know them. And I can't speak firsthand. So I'm only speaking as a player. And as a player, my relationship with Plarium has not been good. Tributor says, hey, Colred, could I ask your opinion on a clan boss team for Brutal Nightmare? You can certainly try. We've got a lot of that going on. So I can't necessarily give you a breakdown right now. But on Tuesdays, we do Takeover Tuesdays. So you could also come and watch Tuesday stream. And then, we could potentially work on a clan boss team for you. But if you just want to ask about like a champion or something that goes into that tune or a particular tune, you could ask that question and we'll see if I can help you out. Okay, so here we go. Oh, you were just Jintoro, Venomage, Urtikata, Hotatsu, and Marishka is what I'm working on. Good champions. Tommy, I'm not sure they'll end up the same way. I think they will probably bend more than they expect. Right? They will probably have to compete in the space. They will probably at first feel a lot of pressure to do some of the things that other gacha games do, and they will just try to keep it to a reasonable level and see if it works. I would prefer they went with a completely different model, and if they do, I will applaud. If they're like, hey, you know what? We're going to go with a free-to-play model and a subscription model. Like, we're going to have 2 tiers of subscription. So it's going to be free-to-play, sub 1, sub 2. And then you can buy cosmetics only. Like, that would be awesome. And say subscription 1 like gives you extra XP and extra silver, and subscription 2 gives you like extra XP, extra silver, and then like free draws every month or something like that, And so like it would kind of put a cap on the whales, but it would also like encourage the people who don't spend money on this game, like on Raid, to say, I can open up my wallet for 10 or 20 bucks a month. And then hopefully the combination of those would allow the game to be financially successful without being punitive towards its players.
That would be nice.
Yeah. Victor says, I have her on 5k attack and 283 crit damage. Yeah, I mean, you could do a test. I would do a test. Like, bring her into Doom Tower so you're not wasting energy. Go ahead and drop her AoE on, a wave, measure the damage, then make the gear swap, do it again. And if the damage goes down, then swap her back. But if the damage has gone up, you don't have to do it. There's a little bit of risk in silver there. You probably have to spend, maybe 500,000 silver to do that. But that's what I would do. I would do a damage test. Congrats, Socrates, who just downed Dark Fae 120 on hard mode for the first time. That's a big moment. That is a big moment. Congratulations. Absolutely, congratulations.
Golf claps. Golf claps in the chat.
What's that?
I said golf claps in the chat.
Golf claps in the chat. That is a big moment. All right, let's see. What else do we got going on here? Yeah, I mean, Stu came back and tried to take on Hell Hades. I don't know what that was about. It was a bad move. I think he was trying to make a splash. I think it was a little bit of a desperation play. Like, let's pick on the biggest guy in the space, and that'll generate some controversy, and that'll bring people back to my channel. But it was unfounded, and I think H is a stand-up guy, and I thought he handled it really well. And people were not happy with Stu for taking down a dude, or trying to take down, doing a takedown on a guy who most people, I think, would say is a very good content creator and who watches out for the community. So it was a bit of a strange move by Stu. I don't know why he did it. What is your preferred way to build a Sun Wukong? Buff Stripper. Accuracy, you get damage on him if you can. If you decide to build him as a nuker, he hits hard. So that's great. But especially in the early game, you're not going to likely have anybody who removes buffs. So build him with accuracy. J Gigs and Micro had a good conversation regarding the topic. Quite enlightening. Yes, they did. They've had more than one. Darth moves from gotcha to gotcha and leaves for generally the same reasons I used to watch him when I played Marvel Revolution. Yeah, he does. He has bounced around quite a bit. Are you taking over Team Girl Squad today? Wasn't my intention. No, we're going to wait until Tuesdays. Tuesdays is when I do takeovers. But Girl Squad will have the takeover that they want. So if they show up. Modern Thinker says, Darth literally has microtransaction in his name, yet falls prey to the microtransaction game after game. The model is tried and true. It's predatory. It works. The only recourse is to avoid it. Yeah, I think collectively the gaming community has to decide that microtransactions are evil enough for us to avoid playing games we would otherwise play, or avoid buying things that we would feel are good. Gamer rage is at an all-time high, I think. Like, I do think that gamer rage is at an all-time high. We are really unhappy, especially the older gamers. Like, if you are in your 40s or if you're in your 50s, you remember when you could buy a game at a store and own it forever and never have to pay another thing. So first came, DLCs, and then item malls in games that used to have subscriptions, and then microtransactions, and now the idea of being able to spend $100,000 on a game, the fact that you can and it's not illegal, is sort of amazing. And some countries have made it illegal. You can straight up spend $100,000 on this game in like not a lot of time either. You could do that in a few months if you wanted to. I was playing a gacha game a while ago. I don't remember the name of the game. It was a card-based game, one of those puzzle card games. It was fun, and the card design was really interesting, and the games were challenging and fun. And I had a guild over there that I enjoyed. And I was having a conversation with one of the members of the guild, and she was a veteran. She had been honorably discharged for a medical thing. She had been in Afghanistan. She was on a canine squad, like a bomb sniffing squad. And what's it? IED, is that what it's called? Those improvised explosive devices. One went off, injured her dog, and knocked her out. She was in the hospital for a couple of months. She's lost some of her hearing. She had a bad concussion. And so she got discharged. And so she was at home recovering. It only happened 6 months earlier. And she was at home with her husband. Her husband is also in the military. He's still active duty in the States. And she's getting disability, and she spent her entire disability check for like 6 months, like every single dollar she spent on this gacha game. And I heard that, and she's like, I can't stop spending. My husband is, he's trying to help me, and I sneak onto the game and spend my check. And I'm like, that is a sad story. That's a really rough story.
There's something going on there.
Well, she's clearly suffering from mental trauma, like emotional trauma, right? And the fact that she has access to a game like this that gives you these little moments of cortisol, right? Not cortisol, I'm sorry. Cortisol is the bad one. Little moments of endorphins. You get the endorphin rush.
It might as well be cortisol, man.
Well, yeah, but I mean, her brain chemistry is already suffering. She's physically suffering. She's emotionally suffering. She was just in a war zone. She's lost her dog because the dog didn't come back with her, right? The dog belongs to the military. She lost all her friends who are over there because she's now home and isolated from them. Her husband's still working full time. They don't have kids. She's young. She was like 24 years old or something, and like, so while she's recovering, she's just playing this game. She found a game to play on her phone, and she had spent $20,000 in like 6 months.
Oof.
You know, and there's not like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do about that? There's nothing to be done about that. There's nothing anybody can do about that. You know, the only thing you can do is you can do what a couple of countries have done, which is you can just outlaw the game. You can be like, this is not legal. It's not legal to do this. And in the US, we allow gambling, you know, and this is basically gambling. So, you know, you can play free, you can play poker for free, but for some people that's not enough, right? That lacks the rush. You need to put money in the pot or it's not worth it. So, yeah. So that was kind of heavy. That was heavy. We get into these conversations. We do. I used to live in Las Vegas. The dopamine, thank you. Dopamine hits linked to spending cause a lot of problems for people. If you're going to spend, you need to have a budget and never go over it. Hey, it's just Vegas online. That's the best advice that any gamer can get and take, which is set yourself a gaming budget. Actually do it. Actually sit down and write it out. Put it on a spreadsheet, put it on your computer, put it on your phone, wherever it is. And you say, you know, I have $37 a month to spend on games, and you can have a run-in ticker. And you're like, hey, I only spent $12 last month. I get an extra $25 this month. Great. Whatever the number is. I don't care what the number is. If it's $417, great. That's what you can spend. And then try to spend under it every month, you know? Save it up for something special. You don't spend for 3 months and then you buy that, you know, limited edition, you know, Diablo 4 or whatever. Like, go ahead and do it that way. Or you sign up and you say, hey, all I'm going to do is spend on subscriptions. I'm going to buy 3 subscriptions. And if I want to pick up a 4th subscription, I need to drop one of my old 3 games. So I'm going to play WoW, and I'm going to play, you know, Destiny, and I'm going to play whatever. And those are my 3 subscriptions. And when I decide to pick up a new subscription game, I have to drop one of those. And that's just a way to manage the money. Now, if you spend, that's fine. That's up to you. You should spend in a way that makes sense to you, depending on your interest in the games, your income, you know, and what you find you like to do with your money. But when I hear a story about like that woman who was in that guild, that to me is not healthy spending. She's clearly injured, you know, both emotionally and physically. And a predatory practice like the way gacha games monetize is more likely to take advantage of somebody who doesn't have those mental and emotional defenses, right? She didn't set a budget. She's not capable of setting a budget. She's not capable of going to the grocery store. And yet she is capable of spending $20,000 because she has access to that, and all she has to do is click a button. And emotionally, it feels good. You know, so. And I'm not, by the way, I'm not criticizing anybody who spends on money. I just think collectively we have to support each other and say, I mean, I've personally spent way too much money on Magic the Gathering. Right. And that taught me my lesson over 2 different spans of time, 2-year blocks of time that were about a decade apart. I probably spent between $15,000 and $20,000 on Magic the Gathering. Now, the first time it didn't hurt because I was young. I had my first job out of college. I had a lot of disposable income. And I was just throwing money at whatever I wanted to. I also spent crazy money on clothes. I went out to nightclubs all the time. Like I threw money away. I just burned it on a pile, and it didn't matter because my expenses were this big and my income was this big, you know? But then 10 years later, my income was not nearly that big. I had a lot more responsibilities, and I got back into Magic the Gathering. And I was like, oh, I forget how much I love this game. And I set myself a budget, but I went over that budget probably every other month. And by the time 2 years had passed, I was like, I've spent another $7,000 or $8,000 on this. And I thought I learned my lesson the first time. Clearly, I haven't. And so I got out of that. I got out of Magic the Gathering again. And I've gone back to Magic only because of Magic the Gathering Arena, which is totally free. And so I play Magic for free now, and I spend $0 on it. But I've also become, like, I've learned my lessons, and I've become better at budgeting. I set myself a budget, and that's what we do. We spend money that makes sense to spend. When the budget is tight and we don't have a lot of disposable income, or if we're saving for something, you know, then we don't spend on those things. And when I say we, I mean my wife and I, we set a budget together, you know. We don't set a budget necessarily. We talk budget together. And we kind of have expectations about what we need to save for and what we need to spend on. And gaming right now is not one of those things. I'm not spending any money on gaming right now. But, you know, at other times, we don't have something to save for. We don't have something we're looking forward to in terms of money that we need. And then I spend some money on games. And I always spend money on games around Christmas. I always buy myself at least one thing for Christmas that's game related because it's cool. Like I want to play the Harry Potter Hogwarts game. Have you heard about this game, son?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I want to play Hogwarts Legacy. So when Christmas rolls around, I'll probably be buying Hogwarts Legacy. Bryce says, at least your MTG cards will always hold value. That's true to some extent, right? Like I have a physical card I can actually sell and get some money back for. That's true.
Yeah, that's the one thing about all these online games. I mean, once they turn the servers off, that's it. It's done.
Yeah. Splay says here, I used to spend up to 20K a month on a different gacha game. My account is now worthless in that game. I learned my lesson and now I don't go a penny over 500 on raid now, and that feels icky now. You know what, Splice? Everybody's budget can be different. And there are budgets where 20K might make sense. Maybe $500 makes sense. And $500 might feel a lot better than 20K did. But when you have a person who can't afford to spend and spends anyway because they're addicted to a game or because they don't have the defenses against the system, that's when it's really bad. I mean, if you make, I don't know, if you make $500,000 a year and you want to spend $20,000 on video games, like, all right, fine. Like, do what you got to do. But, you know, if you make what a normal sort of working class or middle class person in America makes, you can't afford to spend $20,000 on games a month. Definitely not a month, but probably even a year, you know? So, I mean, one of the things, you know, son, we've played a lot of free games together at this point.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we do is you're even better about this than I am, but we go log into the Epic Games store every week and get the free game. And we've had fun with some of those games. Like we've played some of those games for like weeks.
Yeah, I still play them.
Yeah,
I play like some of the indie ones. Yeah, why not?
Right. So, I mean, if you're looking for specific games, if you're like, oh, I want to play a specific game on the Xbox that my friend plays, like that's a different thing. But if you're just a gamer who likes games, you very rarely have to spend money just to have a good time playing a game. What was that game where you were building factories all day long?
Oh, Factorio.
That was a free game you got through Epic, right?
No, I bought Factorio.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, but it was like $25 or something.
Yeah. That's the other thing. You can go to Steam and you can get, like, just wait for their summer sale or something like that, and you can get things at like 75% off. You can get a ton of games for like $4.99. Yeah,
Factorio is one of those. Well, I wouldn't call it an ADHD itch scratcher, but it's like if you like to mind melt, that's definitely the game for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you mean ADHD. I think you mean OCD. If you got OCD.
OCD, that's the one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Factorio.
The fact that I couldn't tell the difference between the two was fine.
Well, they're often linked. They're often linked.
Yeah, that had my OCD going.
Yeah. But all right. Here's the problem with this conversation is that I like the chase model. Proposing that you ban it isn't fair to the masses who aren't addicted to protect the few who have a problem, Derek says. I'm not sure I agree with you, Derek. I don't mind the chase model. I think you can make a chase model that is fulfilling without making it predatory. And we often protect the few when the few are the at risk. Right? There are more adults than children, but we have many laws that protect children. We have far more laws that protect children than protect adults, because adults are expected to protect themselves. But games can prey on children, right? So If you want to create laws to protect children from games like this, that's one thing. But likewise, you know, that there are adults who are at risk, and it's difficult to protect them and not protect everybody. But I do think there is a middle ground. There's a middle ground to explore. And I think just leaving it completely open and saying, well, companies can do whatever they want, and it's up to the individual to have 100% of the responsibility of avoiding the pitfalls and the traps. Like, I think that's bad policy, right? We know that doesn't work. We know our history in America shows, the history of the world shows that when people with money are given free reign to do whatever they want to get more money, they brutalize the poorer people. The poorer class pays for it. And since they're, you know, top of the heap, everybody's the poorer class. So I would say that, you know, you have reasonable restrictions. You have reasonable restrictions. And part of it can be just like market correction. We are the market. We're the consumers. We have power collectively. If we organize our thoughts, if we say collectively that we reject this practice, companies will bend to that. That's something that companies have to do. But what you can't just say it verbally. You have to say it with your wallets. You know, so when we have, you know, 100 people who refuse to spend, and then we have one person who spends $1,000, that one person might wipe out the vote of everybody else because they're spending enough money to basically prove to the company that the policy, the monetization is worth it. So what we need the people who are spending a lot of money to say no. And I've watched several videos this week in which whales and krakens have said no to Plarium's latest move with mythic shards. And I think the result will be mythic shards are going to become cheaper. And in fact, pulling your mythic shards during this 2-time event, I think is a really bad idea. So there's a 2x event for mythic shards right now. Don't pull them, because in 2 months, there'll be another event where they may have changed the mercy system, or they may have changed the drop rate, or they may have changed something else. They will definitely have changed the price. There's no way this price point lives for the next 2 months. People will be leaving this game in droves. Not the free-to-play players, but the spenders. And Plarium only cares about the spenders anyway. What? I'm missing something. MRTZD Gaming. Colred thought he had something there is the part that gets me. LMAO.
I didn't catch that one either, so
I don't know what that's from. I thought I had something where.
Mr. Fudan, don't change your allegiance just like that.
Tommy says, not just children, the vulnerable. Children are just the most commonly vulnerable. Yes. That's what I was, that's the point I was making. That we do protect vulnerable populations, and children are the most commonly vulnerable, but not the only ones. Warframe does free-to-play better than any other game I have ever played. They should be the target for the model. League of Legends is also great. Right? I think those two games are amongst the best free-to-play models I've ever seen. Right? You spend primarily on cosmetics and some very minor conveniences. And you get no competitive advantage for spending. Or if you do, you get a competitive advantage that makes sense. And like the limit on the spending, like that you can spend per advantage, is much more reasonable. Mr. Fudan, I know I like Colred, but now I realize he might be my hero. Well, that's very sweet. Oops, T-Sun. Team Sun. That's your clan mate. We might have a defector here. We might have to get Mr. Fudan into my clan. But yeah. Warframe and League have toxic communities, though. Okay. Yeah. There's something to be said about that. And some of that's just based on the size of the games. But I met Sun playing League of Legends. You know, so like you can still meet good people in games, despite the current examples. I don't know if I'm talking about Sun or myself, but yeah, we were playing League of Legends. I've met a lot of good people playing League of Legends. I've met a lot of good people playing, you know, different games where the communities haven't been great. I've had a lot of fun playing games like, you know, Call of Duty with my friends. Call of Duty community is ridiculous. Like how that was the first really toxic gaming community I came across. We're talking about like 15 years ago, you know, going online, playing any Call of Duty. Doesn't matter which one you're playing. You go online and it was just awful. It was just awful, you know? So I just played without my headset. You know, I didn't even bother putting the headset in. I didn't want to hear what people were saying. You know, so that was basically a solo game for me. But, you know, you can still have fun in a game that has a toxic community if you kind of avoid that toxicity, if you bring your own community, or if you just collect the good people in that community and band together and make a guild or a clan or whatever you call it and have fun together.
Yeah.
And Tommy says, yeah, you can meet bad people in games with good communities too. That's true. And that's fine. And I love LoL, but that game doesn't have people who spent on champs and skins at dangerous levels. Sure, it does. It does. But there's a difference. And the difference is in that game, those practices aren't predatory, right? Like there's an opportunity there to overspend, but that's also true with like clothing stores, right? Like clothing stores want you to buy their clothes. And sometimes people get shopping addictions and they go in and they spend $10,000 a month on clothes that they can't spend. And that's true. But that doesn't make that clothing store evil for advertising their clothes. Right? But when you've got, you know, people out front holding up little, you know, kids' sneakers, like little Nikes, and they're like, hey, don't these look cool, little kid? And then they get them in there and then they lock the doors and they're like, you got to pay $500 for these sneakers. Like, that's evil. You know, like... If you bend all your, this is why, like, you know, Joe Camel doesn't exist anymore, right? Because the tobacco companies knew that if they created cool logos and characters and advertising that appealed to young people, they could turn those young people into smokers at a young age, and then they would be brand loyal for the rest of their lives, which would be dreadfully shortened by the act of smoking all the cigarettes that they started when they were 12 years old. But, you know, that was actually the marketing plan. Let's create a cartoon character that kids will think is fun, and they're more likely to smoke our cigarettes. And that's why they ended up paying billions of dollars in restitution, right? Because that's predatory in a way that's like extremely dangerous. I used to play WoW back in 2014, and that was a bit toxic. Yeah. Oh my God, I can't hold it in. Colred is educated AF, and he knows his economics and psychology and marketing research. Someone marry this guy. I am married. I got married 2 years ago. She's lovely. She's wonderful. She's my favorite person. Yeah. Sometimes met her. They enjoy each other's company. But yeah, I believe in being I don't know. I believe in paying attention to the world around me, trying to educate myself on everything that I can, and then sharing that with, you know, other people. And like, there's no way, like we were saying before in Raid, there's no way for one person to know everything about this game. That's why I went out and found Tommy and got him to come here to the stream so that he can fill you in on all the stuff I miss. Right? Like, so I did that as a service to you guys. I made sure that we had a couple of Tommies lying around to answer all the questions that I don't know how to answer. But that's also true in life, right? That's just true everywhere. There are things that we know about and things we don't know about. And hopefully you have friends, family members, partners who know a little bit about stuff you don't know about, and vice versa. So you can support each other. But I do think collectively as gamers, you know, we are seeing more and more discussion about this kind of predatory monetization. And because it's become more and more prevalent, and part of that is as gaming broadens, as more and more people find gaming an activity they engage in, because we're all carrying around handheld computers now everywhere. So when we have downtime, we want something to do. Now you can go and watch YouTube for 4 hours and get lost down a rabbit hole there, or you can go and, you know, play a game and drop $85 on a clicker that you don't even care about. But now everybody's experienced it. And so I think it's becoming more of a mainstream problem. But the gamers who've been around for a while hate it. And I am not at all surprised that Hell Hades created Fateless and has an intention of like trying to create a gacha game that is not predatory in its monetization, if for no other reason than to prove that it can work. And so as soon as he does, I don't even care if the game's that good. As soon as they publish that game, I am playing that game. And I will put money into that game as long as their monetization is reasonable, which I expect it will be. I will happily give them, $20 a month, or I'll drop $300 on a, pack or something. And I will just say bravo to Hell Hades and Fateless. And I hope that is an extremely successful game. And I hope that they, in fact, can make it successful without being predatory. And I believe it's possible. I believe a smart company that knows what players want can give them an experience that makes sense for the money that they're charging. It used to be possible everywhere. Companies were very successful just selling games for $50 a pop back in the day. You didn't have to do all these extra DLCs and monetizations and stuff, microtransactions. You didn't need that to be successful. Man, I need a ton of mystery shards. I'm in that spot where you were like 2 days ago, son. Where I just need mystery shards everywhere. How are you doing, by the way? You're still working on that ice golem?
Yeah, I'm slowly getting there. I think I still need 3, maybe 4 pieces. I can't wait to be done with this quest.
Yeah.
I'm just happily going to not look at this guy again. At least I've gotten to a point where I can somewhat consistently do this.
I think I'm almost there. Maybe I just did all this. I just got all this energy that I don't think I need. Okay, so I could run one more at least. So what's the next step for you after this, son?
That's a great question. I think after this, I need to farm Feign Masteries and get another 6-star. And if I can do all of that before the end of tomorrow, I'll be like way ahead and on schedule. That'd be awesome, but I don't think I have enough energy to do it all.
Feign doesn't have her tier 6 masteries yet.
No. Not even close.
Yeah. That would be highly valuable. Because the amount of damage she's bringing right now is like, it's most of your team next to, like, you've got Feign way up here, you've got Kale like here, and then you got nobody else.
Oh, no, not even. It's Kale at the top, and then Feign does like maybe a quarter of his damage right now.
Well, in single target, is that true? Because she's not an AoE damage dealer.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about in Clan Boss.
Oh, well, right, but he's got the tier 6 masteries.
Yeah.
And he's got the top gear, and he's all fully maxed out. So when you get her and him level, I mean, the thing that you have to also recognize about Feign is she brings damage that doesn't show up on her damage meter, right? Because she brings the decreased defense, she brings the weaken, like all that increases Kale's damage as well. So he'll do more damage because she's on the team. And so even though her damage numbers may not be as high as his, she's bringing that damage to him.
Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, no, I need to get 2 tier 4 masteries on a 6-star or something like that.
Yeah. So you're waiting for that?
Well, I'll need to grind for that.
But you're not at that mission yet, or is that a challenge?
Yeah, that's the one of the next upcoming missions.
Gotcha.
But I want to try to get to the Magic Keep before the end of tomorrow, because that's when it closes.
Right.
So that's the ultimate goal.
I think I ran this. Now I can do that. But I still have to do one more. So this is what I wanted to do. I did not complete my high elf crypt. So I think I'm just going to go in here and see if I can. Oh, I got a 3rd champion. Oh, I've actually got some. I didn't even see that. I've got some champions. Thing. All right, well, let's just do this and see if this works. I got crazy far in my faction crypts for, I think it was Knight's Revenant. I was like really surprised. I got past the first boss without a problem and just kept cruising. I think I'll have to look. It's either Knight's Revenant or who else would it be? Barbarians, maybe? I don't know, but one of these factions I didn't expect to get going so far. I did really well on. Maybe it was even Skinwalkers. It might have been Skinwalkers because of Wukong. But like some factions are so hard. Like you got stuck on the first boss for Dark Elves.
Oh, for ages.
Yeah, despite having a level 60 Kale. And then some first bosses you can cruise past with nothing but 40s, you know? All right, let's see. Socrates says about WoW, he says, the game was fun, bit too addictive. In general, the content was fun, though. I agree. I enjoyed my time in WoW. There were things I didn't like about it. But in general, it's a well-designed game. It's a well-designed game. It keeps growing. It stays. It's big. There's a reason people keep going back and playing it. Mr. Vudan says, tell your wife she married well. She knows this, but so do I. I married well as well. So, and that's the best kind of marriage, right? When you both think that you've done an excellent job in who you've married. So, Derek Martin says, if you walk into a store, you get advertised to. Also, cigarettes and a game are a bit different. Yes, cigarettes and a game are a bit different, but they are both potentially addictive, and they are both marketed at, or cigarettes not so much anymore, but they are both marketed to children. So, again, we were talking about vulnerable populations. I think more reasonable controls over what kind of games get presented to children would be smart, especially now that kids grow up with devices in their hands. And they're experts at it by the time they're like 4 years old. You know, so protecting our kids from corporations that are incredibly powerful, like that's a reasonable policy decision. To say that the power balance between a multi-million or billion-dollar international company and a 4-year-old with a laptop or an iPad, like that there's an imbalance there, and that we as the public, you know, the members of this democracy need to like enact policy that protects one of those against the other. That is reasonable. That is reasonable to do that. WoW back in the Barons chat days was super toxic, mixed in with a ton of Chuck Norris jokes. Who doesn't love a good Chuck Norris joke? If you've got a good Chuck Norris joke that I haven't heard before, you know what? I'll do this. The best Chuck Norris joke that I haven't heard that goes in chat in the next 5 minutes wins a takeover on Tuesday. Okay? There are two parts of it. Only one winner. It's got to be the best joke. And two, I cannot have heard it before. And I've heard a lot of Chuck Norris jokes. So if anybody's got a good Chuck Norris joke, go ahead and pop that in. And yeah, who doesn't love that? Modern Thinker says, Raid very much does feel like we're all in it together. I appreciate that about the community. Yeah, there is that. I agree. Bo says, a little late to the party, but yeah, gamers ain't going to change microtransactions as long as our reactions are whine about it, publicly outcry, etc., only to be followed by us paying for said games anyways. Yeah, you vote with your wallet as a consumer. You don't vote with your voice, you vote with your wallet. Socrates says at Bryce, yeah, it snowballed quite fast. I remember WoW back in 2004, 2005, before it got toxic. People were mostly quite helpful when you actually get in touch with someone. I was playing vanilla WoW and it was toxic. It was also not toxic. Do you know what I mean? Like you could access either end of the spectrum. So it was there. It was available if you wanted, right? What was it? Barons? Like Barons chat was ridiculous.
Barons chat.
Yeah,
man, Barons chat was the place to be.
See, but he's a troll. He's a troll.
hold on.
And I'm not a troll.
I'm not a troll.
You are a troll and a griefer, and I know it.
No, I would never grief anybody.
Yeah, you grief me every day.
Look, that sounds like a personal problem, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that a me problem? It's not a you problem. That's a me problem.
That's a you problem.
It's my taste in friends I have trouble with. Except for, no, that's not true. Son's a great guy. Um,
I appreciate you pulling that back.
yeah, I can't leave that out there publicly. This is being recorded. That is not my opinion. I don't mind messing with them a little bit, but I can't let that be the vote on the record. Except for Fane being very squishy, it's basically one of the most complete kits in a champ for Demon Lord. Absolutely. Absolutely. Decrease attack, decrease defense, weaken, poisons. Awesome. The only time I remember WoW not being toxic, well, like maybe its first year when people started tryharding with raids and battlegrounds and farming honor, all of that went out the window. I don't really like the term tryhard, Bo, so that's not something I'm going to get on board with. I feel like we all game differently, and as long as you are honest and kind about your interactions with people, your gameplay mechanics generally should be what you want them to be. Like how you play the game should be up to you. So I don't think tryhard is a thing. I think it's a thing that it's a term some gamers use to describe other gamers that they don't like the play style of for whatever reason that has nothing to do with their personality. And I don't really get down with that. That's just not my thing. So not a criticism necessarily of you. I'm just saying, my philosophy about gaming has changed over the years, and generally it's like, I think you should game the way you want to game. As long as that doesn't mean that by doing so, you're griefing somebody else.
Yeah, don't be his son.
All right, we've got some Chuck Norris jokes. Death recently had a near Chuck Norris experience. That's a good one. I like that. That's not bad.
There's one in there I haven't heard before.
When Chuck Norris enters a room, he doesn't turn the lights on. He turns the dark off. I like that one. I have heard that one before, actually, I think. But that's pretty good. I haven't heard the near Chuck Norris experience one. Chuck Norris was once bitten by a cobra snake. After 3 long days of suffering, the snake died. The only thing Chuck Norris failed at in his life was a toilet paper company, and that's because his toilet paper wouldn't take shit from nobody.
Okay, that's a good one.
That's the leader.
I haven't heard that one before.
Of course it's Tommy Dash. That's a good one, Tommy. You're not even playing the game anymore, so how am I going to do a takeover?
I have not heard that one before.
If Tommy wins the takeover, the only thing I can do is go into his account and make it worse. I feel like Tommy is the Chuck Norris of my viewership, man. Okay, Derek Martin. Okay, and that's fair. And there's a KYC law that banks use. Now you're requiring ID, which is fine, but you're still going to have issues. Even when we got rid of overpriced shards, people would find a thing. Yeah, the goal isn't to protect everybody from every potential problem they could have. That's never going to be viable. People have to have personal responsibility. But there is a balance. Part of that balance is in policy, and part of that balance is in personal responsibility, and part of that balance is in market correction. Right? You have those 3 things, all those 3 powers that are like at play. But in general, the power balance for policy and the power balance for market is in the corporation's favor, and the only power balance or the power like component that we have is our personal responsibility, and that's too much. That's too much power in the hands of the corporations. So we either need to improve our policies or we need to correct in the market, right? And the only way to correct in the market as an individual is to ban with other individuals, right? To make like market groups like, watchdog organizations or boycotts or strikes and those kinds of things, and those have to be power plays, and they only work some of the time, right? So what we have to do is we have to balance all 3 of those, and personal responsibility is always in our favor. We always have to watch out for that. But personal responsibility for minors, for children, right, that's a really tough thing to do. We're trying as parents to protect our kids, but we can't watch them 24/7. There are a ton of other influences in their lives, including other kids, and including these companies that may be employing predatory practices towards children. And so as a result, we have to get out of that sphere of personal responsibility, and we have to say we have to employ policy, or we have to employ like a collective bargaining correction in the market. We have to do one of those 2 things, preferably a little bit of both. All right. Anyway, I want to get back to the Chuck Norris jokes. All right. Chuck Norris was once asked, he was fast enough to run around the earth. Okay. I think this is supposed to read, Chuck Norris was once asked, are you fast enough to run around the earth and punch yourself in the back of your head? And he replied, no, I would hear myself coming. That was a little bit of a stretch. That was a good setup that almost like, I think like if you hear yourself coming, you'd have to sneak up on yourself. That's almost good, Mr. Fudan. You can work on that one. You'll get it. You'll get it. Before he forgot a gift for Chuck Norris, Santa Claus was real. That's not bad, Liv. I like that one. Socrates says, since 1940, the year Chuck Norris was born, roundhouse kick related deaths have increased 13,000%. Yeah, that's pretty good. Let's see. I could probably do stage 4 here. Let's see if I can do stage 4 with these two guys. We'll throw that guy in too, just to get some XP. Chuck Norris can clap with one hand, but he uses two to show that he is human. Tryharding is a thing, and it's not even debatable. If I'm playing 20 hours a day to get the best gear and farm honor, which I did, is tryharding, and I never mentioned griefing in there. But I'm not trying to like pick a fight. What I'm saying is, I think tryhard is sort of used as a derogatory term, right? It's meant to imply that somebody is being unreasonable in terms of their commitment or effort in the game. And I don't like to judge that. I don't want to judge somebody else's commitment or effort or dedication to a game. So you can say, hey, I was doing this and I was tryharding, or I was doing this and I was more casual. And that's fine. But I would just say that as like, you know, I would use the terms hardcore versus casual, because I don't think those imply any kind of ethical judgment, you know, or moral judgment about the person. So I wasn't trying to say like that you're bad or something for that. I don't like the term because I do think it is a judgment term, and I don't know what's going on the other end of, you know, that connection. I don't know what that other person is trying to do with their games. And I think we should all game the way we want.
Yeah, he won't say it, Bo, but I will. You dirty try hard. Could you?
I wanted that rank 14 high warlord, but for most people that also changed the way they interacted with others, being toxic, harsh, easy to get annoyed, and start making fun of people asking newbie questions. Alex says, what did I miss? I came back and hear Chuck Norris history. You missed a lot, Alex. I don't know when you left, but we had a whole debate on the economy, on raid, on protecting minors. There's a whole lot of things. Policy making. If you answer the phone and unexpectedly hear Chuck Norris on the other end, he didn't call the wrong number. You picked up the wrong phone. I like that one, Tommy. I have heard that one before. In fact, I heard it not that long ago. Tag says, Chuck Norris destroyed the periodic table because Chuck Norris only recognizes the element of surprise.
That one's good.
I like that one. That one's good too. Chuck Norris actually died 10 years ago. The Reaper is too scared to tell him. This is a good one, and I've heard this one before, but I like this. Chuck Norris killed 2 stones with 1 bird. But it's not about how I use it, at least, because I was talking about myself. I'm going to try hard now. I was too chill for a while. I get what you're saying. But why is that a single word and not just a space in it? Right? I'm going to try hard now, as opposed to I'm going to try hard, you know? And so again, this is not necessarily about how you're using it. It's about how I've experienced it in the community. The first time I came across the term try hard was in League of Legends, and it was in ranked games. And it would be the kind of thing where like, I'm trying to win a game, and somebody on my team or on the other team would be like, oh, you're a bunch of tryhards. Yeah, if I didn't want to try hard, I'd be playing unranked games. Like, I'm challenging myself to get better at something that I enjoy, so I'm trying hard at it. You know, but the implication was clearly like, oh man, you have your priorities all out of whack. Oh, blah, blah. When in reality, it was like sour grapes. Like, especially if it was the other team. The other team is like, oh, you're a bunch of tryhards. Because we beat you? because you're trying so hard to beat us. It's like, well, yeah.
That's the true sign that you're try hard is you're winning the game that you're supposed to be trying to win.
Right. I'll give you a personal example of my try hard qualities. I'm trying very hard at YouTube. Sun is trying very hard at YouTube. Right now, we're try harding, right? And I think, you know, when you get into a situation where like determination and grit and commitment and competitive like desire, if those things are frowned upon and like people are criticized for having those qualities, then one of two things is wrong. Either there's like a community problem where those qualities, which are typically considered good qualities, aren't considered good qualities anymore, and that's a problem with the community. Or that person goes above and beyond like the bounds of what's acceptable behavior in their try hard like efforts, right? So if somebody is so competitive that they treat everybody around them absolutely awfully because they're only out for number one, then go ahead and call them a try hard because they're doing it wrong. But when you know, people are just committed to their games and they like their games and they try hard at their games, they want to get better at their games and they show that, I'm okay with that. Because again, I don't have to be. I can be casual. If I come up against a try hard player when I'm a casual player and I get stomped, I'm going to be frustrated at getting stomped, but I'm not going to be frustrated at that player for trying hard. League made it derogative. Maybe that's true. And maybe it's because I came across the term in League that I feel like it's derogative. So that's entirely possible. Oh, no, thanks. Says, hello, fellow Sun Knights and Red Knights. Hello, welcome. Good to see you.
Hello.
That's exactly my feeling, Bo. That's exactly my feeling. Chuck Norris can speak Braille. That's a pretty good one. I think we've passed our 5-minute mark. So we have two clear favorites, I think, right now. I want to see you succeed, but what is your stopgap? I'm not sure what you're saying there. And I also don't know who you're saying that to. You're saying it to us. Chuck Norris once had an arm wrestling contest with Superman. I'm not going to say who won, but the loser had to wear his underwear on the outside for the rest of his life. Chuck Norris doesn't read books. He stares them down until he gets the information he wants. Regarding YouTube, Colred, so a stopgap is a different thing, I think. Maybe I'm confused about the terminology. Like, I know of it as a different thing. If you're talking about like what's my condition, like what's the condition at which I stop, or what is the stopgap in terms of my old career and my new career? If you could just clarify the question, I'd appreciate it. Old to new. So I'm still working at my old job. I am still working at my old job. I am shifting hours over to YouTube. I'm working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day.
Yep.
Maybe more. So yeah, I'm working like 80, 90 hours a week right now. So that's my stopgap. My stopgap is not sleeping. That's my stopgap. Did you see that a Kraken did a 10 pull of Primal Shards and got 3 mythical champions back to back? Yes, I did. I saw that Hell Hades put it in a video, and I wish to God he hadn't. I'm kind of ticked. Like, it was going to happen somewhere. There are millions of players. There are tens of millions of 10 pulls. Somebody was going to happen. And I wouldn't put it past Plarium to, like, post that information out there, to, like, leak it, or to even make it happen. Right? Like, I wouldn't put it past them, because as soon as that information gets out, people are like, oh, well, this guy got 3 mythicals back to back to back. Like, you should pull your mythical shards. It could happen to you. Right? That's the mentality.
By lightning, so that means it'll happen to me.
Right. Like, lightning strikes. It could strike you. It's not a great way for financial planning.
Not that particular one, but
when Chuck Norris was born, he drove his mother home from the hospital.
Thanks.
How many more were 10 pulls of... I can't see that. All rares.
All rares. Yeah.
Most of them, of course, right? That's the whole point. It's like they were almost all of them. Almost all of them were all rares. You know, if you think about it statistically, right? It's like so many were all rares. More than the majority of them were all rares. Some of them had an epic. Ooh. Some of them had a legendary. Ah. One of them out of everyone that was pulled over the last 2 weeks or whatever it is, however long it's been, 10 days. It's not even, is it? It's whatever. Over the last week. All of those 10 pulls, there's been one that's hit triple mythic. And you know it's only been one. Because if there was another one, as soon as that video came out showing the first one, somebody would have showed the second one. All right, so I got to go back through the Chuck Norris jokes. So should we have a poll here? Should we try to do that? I don't know if I can do a poll.
You can do a poll.
We know how to do a poll?
Yeah.
All right, so we've got Tommy's joke. Let's see.
I'll do a poll here. Well, we who do we want to put on the list? That's the question.
Yeah, so we've got 2 jokes here. I gotta find them both. So the first one was Tommy's. I know it was Tommy's. Okay, so this is Tommy's joke. Here we go. We're gonna make a poll between these two, and everybody's gonna vote on which one they think is better, and that person's gonna win a takeover on Tuesday if they want it. If they don't want it, by the way, we'll just give it to the other person. The only thing Chuck Norris failed at in his life was a toilet paper company, and that's because his toilet paper wouldn't take shit from nobody. So I like that one quite a bit. I think that's great. And then the second one is, let's see, is Tag's one. Chuck Norris destroyed the periodic table because Chuck Norris only recognizes the element of surprise. So I think those are my favorite.
Yeah, I would say those were the 2 best ones.
Can Chuck Norris create a rock that is too dense for him to roundhouse? Chuck Norris does in fact use a stunt double, but only for crying scenes. When Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone, he had 2 missed calls from Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris should do a partnership with Raid and be the first mythical daily login. That would be cool, actually. Only value I see on Primal Shadow. Chuck Norris won't pull any mythical champions from Primal Shadows. He is a mythical champion. All right. So we're going to put a poll up with those two. So it's Tag and Tommy. By the way, I don't know if Tag is still here. I hope he's still here. All right. So Tommy has the toilet paper joke, and Tag has the element of surprise joke. So everybody should be voting. Vote. Let's see. How do you vote? Can I vote? I want to vote. Uh-oh, Tag's making a comeback. Now Tommy's going ahead again. All right, we've got like 49 people currently in. So let's get at least, we'll leave this up for like a few minutes. We need at least 20 votes though. I'm not ending it before it gets 20 votes. Am I old enough to vote, Alex? I have no idea how old you are, so yes? I guess. Oh, Tag was ahead for a second. Is it the toilet paper joke?
Neck and neck.
Or the element of surprise joke? I'm glad we picked 2 jokes that are pretty close. Because if it was just a runaway, I would be disappointed.
And Tag voted for Tommy. What are you doing?
Tag voted for Tommy.
Gentle lady.
Tag doesn't want my takeover. He's like, Colred, you can keep your takeover, buddy.
Funny thing is, Tommy doesn't have an account anymore, so
yeah. So I don't know. So...
and Tommy voted for Tag. Hey.
All right, let's see if we can do the next one. Okay, what am I showing here? Oh, I'm showing your screen. And you're just standing on your screen. That's what's it.
Yeah, because I was working the poll.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, hold on.
We got 28 votes. All right. We got 28 votes. And Tag is just a little bit behind. We're gonna end it at 30 votes as soon as we get to 30 votes. So I think Tag needs both votes. Tag's gonna need at least 2 votes to get him back level. God was once asked if he believed in Chuck Norris. What gear should I put on my elf guard for faction crypts? any low-level 2-star gear that you have that's going to keep him alive, keep him moving, doing something. I don't know. 1-star, 2-star gear. Hold on, let me make 2 accounts real quick. Chuck Norris plays the violin with... What? That's absurd. We need one more vote. Tag got a vote. It's so close. I'm not allowed to vote in my own poll, apparently. But son, you can vote, right?
Yep.
But you'd have to log in as yourself.
Well, I'm logged in as myself.
Gotcha. $31 votes. Tommy, you're the winner, buddy. You are the winner. And you have won a takeover of an account that you don't have. I'm going to end the poll right there. So that was exciting. That was exciting. Chuck Norris visited the sun and stayed for 2 nights. That one's pretty good. I like that one. But all right, let me see. So this is the power of Saurus here. Basically, I've got an ungeared Yizzo here, and I've just got a level 40 Saurus who's actually kind of weakly geared, but he can just basically solo stage 5 in the faction crypt. I love this guy. He's one of my favorite champions. I think out of all of the uncommons, he might be my favorite uncommon. He's just really fun. Just one shot in waves. Congrats, you made me chuckle. Well done, Tag. Toilet paper for the win. I just proved that potty humor is always the winner. I prefer Shield Guard. I didn't say I think he's the most valuable. I think he's just my favorite, Alex. I'm actually leveling up a Shield Guard, and I would level up a Shield Guard before I leveled up Saurus. But he's just fun, right? Like, I think he's even more fun than Shield Guard, just because he just AoEs and nukes so hard, because he's an attack-based champion. He's also super squishy, and he falls over dead really easily. But yeah, I just like him. I just enjoy playing with him. I like running him up. I think he's great in faction crypts. But Shield Guard's the better champ. Show us your gear on Saurus. What level? Yeah, I'll show you. Sure. Let's take a look at the Saurus. So he's level 40. And he's got lifesteal and a couple of cruel pieces. All 4-star gear. Got flat attack here. He's got attack percentage on the gloves, speed on the boots. So you can see his stats here. So the one thing about Saurus is he's really, really slow at 83, which is kind of unfortunate. So what are we running at 137, something like that? I do have a Blood Shield ring on him, which makes him a little bit less squishy. But yeah, and then Yizzo here has no gear. I could try putting some gear on him, I suppose. Let's see if I have any 3-star gear lying around. I don't know if I do. Oh, I do have a few pieces. I got to remind myself about his kit. He's a defensive base champion. Provoke. Shield, counterattack. Okay. Defensive base champion. All right. Fitting room. Let's do this. This. Hmm. All right, this is a pretty awful piece. Oh, whoops. I already had a glove. Defense, defense, defense. All right, Let's get a little bit of survivability on this guy, though, if we can. Don't have a helmet here.
I'm just made a One Punch Man joke. I just wanted to note that I appreciated it.
All right. Get back into that faction. I bet we can clear stage 6 with just these two guys. Let's see. See, I need Yizzo to live long enough to let Soros do the work. Because once Soros starts getting hit, he's just too squishy. So a little bit of gear on him. Not really much at all, just a little bit of extra HP and extra defense. And hopefully he can do a little bit of damage. Uh-oh. Counterattacks. Come on. Nope. I don't know that Soros can solo this wave. Yeah, especially if he gets CC'd. He's not going to be able to do it. Even with the lifesteal, I don't think. If he were faster, maybe? Ooh, he got it. All right, just barely. Just barely. That's just enough. Just enough from Yizzo. Let's go back to Yizzo. Let's just make him a little bit stronger. If we can get him to the last... Oh. I forgot to equip everything. That's embarrassing. Like, I picked out all this gear and then I forgot to equip it. Okay. So if I remember correctly, it was defense. Let's see. I think it was that and that.
I just 3-starred the boss on Secret Order.
Congrats.
And now I never have to look at that guy again.
I think that was the setup. Should be more than enough to get him through to the end then. I never have to look at it again, he says. If that were only the case, son. I wish that were true.
Well, you know, as much as I can.
All right, so we got to decide what to do about this thing, Tommy. You want a takeover. What would you like to do? The only way to beat Chuck Norris in a fight is to do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and 10K run every day until your hair falls out.
That was the One Punch Man joke.
Ah, okay. Chuck Norris's hobby is taxidermy. He usually just points at animals and yells, "Don't you fucking move!"
You really like that one, huh?
That is freaking great. That is better. That is the best one so far, Bo. That is definitely good. That cracked me up. All right. Chuck Norris is the Saitama. Saitama is apparently the Chuck Norris of the One Punch Man universe. It takes 2 punches from Saitama to get Chuck Norris's attention.
That was a pretty good one.
Don't you fucking move. Yeah.
Hate to tell you that boss shows up again. Oh, yeah, I know it will. But I don't have to look at it for now.
Hey, we cleared stage 6. All right, so now I can go and finally make my 6-star champion. With
Who you
this,
6-starring?
Deacon. Think. So I could 6-star Shield Guard. And 6-star Shield Guard's doing all right. Like, if I put him in a little bit better gear, once I get him built out, he's going to do work for me. He's definitely going to clear He's going to clear campaign. He's probably going to clear campaign faster than Athel is currently doing, and at a higher rate chance of success. He's just a defensive-based champion, but you know, he clearly doesn't have the stats yet, but you can see like her base defense is 936. His is only 721 here, but he's 5 stars. So at 6 stars, let's see what his base defense is at 6 stars. Yeah, he's over 1,000, 1,024. I've got him fully booked out. But
I said do a poll for your 6 star.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought about it. All right. Yeah, let's do a poll for the 6 star. Let's do this. Let's do Deacon Armstrong, Shield Guard, Wukong, or any other champion. Let's put those 4 items up there.
Wait, so Deacon?
Yeah, Deacon, Shield Guard, Wukong, or anybody else. It could be Jamarsa, it could be Saurus, it could be Hyria, it could be Sinesha, it could be Dur the Hungerer, it could be, I don't know, it could be Diabolist, it could be Gaelic. So if you don't think any of those 3 options are the best option, Deacon, Shield Guard, or Wukong, then I can certainly go in a 4th direction. Now, I'm not promising to follow the directions of chat right now. I'm just curious in their response. I don't want to necessarily leave it up for everybody. I need to have Chuck Norris in Tuesday's thumbnail. Shield Guard can carry Minotaur. Shield Guard can carry Minotaur. Console. Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, we're getting some Deacons and we're getting some Shield Guards. Some people like the Wukong. Some people are like, nope, those 3 aren't the best. Wow, Shield Guard is picking up. We got 17 votes. Let's see. It would be really interesting if Shield Guard won. I could see Shield Guard winning. Yeah, so these are the 2 front runners for me. And the reason that Deacon is the front, let me make the case for each champion before the poll closes. I think the reason that Deacon
it's a little too late.
I think the reason Deacon is such a good option is because I will 6-star him. Like, it's 100% chance that I'll 6-star him, so I won't regret 6-starring him. The reason to not 6-star him is that I'm not going to get a lot of extra value out of him right away. Right? I don't know that he opens up anything for me just going from 50 to 60. Like, he's going to get a little bit faster, he's going to get a little bit tankier. Both of those are good things. He might get me a little bit more damage in Clan Boss. I don't know that it'll help me win any more arenas, but if you got a little bit faster, it might work, because right now my Athel would have to get faster to catch up to him. So, but this would raise my ceiling in arena. Shield Guard, on the other hand, is potentially a good champ in any wave content. So Doom Tower, good against Spider Boss, good against the waves for Dragon and Ice Golem. Probably wouldn't use against Fire Knight. So good in wave content, and can potentially be my long-term campaign farmer. So I don't have to worry about waiting around for a Bellower or a Fellhound or something like that. I think Shield Guard can clear in like 9 or 10 seconds, which is fast enough, especially because I'm not going to take this count to 100 or anything. And is extremely cheap, already fully booked out. Oh, no, I need one more book. I thought I was fully booked out. I need one more book. But you can book with just copies of the Shield Guard. So I think those are the two arguments to be made. And it looks like Deacon has come back. Only 25 votes, though. So maybe we will see 30 votes.
Oh, he took over.
It's very close. It's very close. And honestly, that represents, that split in the voting right now represents my own thoughts. Like, probably Deacon, but Shield Guard's a really good option, so they're both really close. Wukong is sort of a consideration in 3rd place. And then every other champion is less than Wukong. So Shield Guard can farm Nightmare Campaign, yes. Ricardo Lopez says he's not good for mid-game arena, but Shield Guard first, Deacon second is the way to go. He is better than Athel in many dungeons. Yeah, the difference in affinity matters, right? So when Athel is weak affinity, then Shield Guard will be strong affinity. And that matters. That does matter. Chuck Norris was shot on Wednesday. They held the Bullet's funeral on Friday. Yeah, Wukong won't be fully booked. That is something. Tommy says Wukong.
Definitely easier to book.
So one of my thoughts is that right now I can't clear Minotaur 15. So getting masteries on champions is tricky. I can clear 14, not on auto though. I can't auto this. I have to manual it. So I can auto 13. Now, if I can get a second champion that's strong enough, potentially I can champion, like I can duo stage 15 and grind other people's, masteries up. One of them is going to be Athel. So the question is Athel strong enough with Deacon at 60 to do this? And they might be. But I bet you Shield Guard and Athel are. Especially if they're both in lifesteal sets. If I can get him faster, if I could get him up to about 160 speed, I think they could duo it pretty consistently. So that's one of the other reasons why I was considering Shield Guard. And the last reason I was considering Shield Guard, and this maybe is the deciding factor, son, is I've never 6-starred a Shield Guard at the beginning of the game. Like, it is something I've thought about it on like 4 or 5 different accounts, and I've never done it. So what are we sitting at?
And don't worry, you won't pull anything next week, so.
That's true. But I have to run up another 6-star at some point. So Deacon and Shield Guard are tied at 29 votes. So the next vote is very powerful. Who's feeling something? Shield Guard and Wukong for Doom Tower Waves, says Socrates. Yep. Regen and Immortal on a Minnow Farmer helps. That's also true. I could potentially go that route rather than Lifesteal. I don't have the regen gear quite yet. I think down the road you would look back at 6-starring Shield Guard and think it was just a waste. Liv, I don't believe I would. Especially if I just transition him to be my campaign farmer. He's faster than Athel is in campaign farmer. I've had her as a dedicated campaign farmer with really good gear. And the best she ever does is 13 seconds. And she consistently goes up to like 18 or 20 seconds. Where Shield Guard is probably going to be somewhere between 8 and 10 seconds. So just as a campaign farmer, having a dedicated campaign farmer is always good. And having one at 8 to 10 seconds is great. Random thought of the day from Tommy Dashed. Balthus has a good kit, yeah. So yeah, Liv, the other thing about a Shield Guard is he is a beast in faction crypts, and so you can really push that barbarian faction crypt early with a 6-star Shield Guard, or even a 5-star. If you get a good, powerful 5-star, he can probably get you past the first boss on his own. He's that strong. Barbarians are so easy. The barbarian faction crypts are maybe the easiest in the game. And I'm not saying like you won't struggle with them early on if you don't have any barbarians, but if you think about it this way, right? If we look at the barbarian, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I have all my things lined up here. So if you look at the barbarian index, so let's think about the barbarians first that are easy and cheap to acquire. You have Zephyr Sniper, right? Zephyr Sniper has an AoE on her A1. She is a defensive-based champion. And then she also has a continuous heal on all allies on her A2. She's got really nice defensive stats and a good base speed. So you've got this as an option for barbarians. She can be good as a spider tank as well, especially I think it's stage 20 because she's weak affinity there. So you put her in like reflex and lifesteal, and you just get her, she'll pop off and do a bunch of counterattacks and lifesteal back up over and over again. So you can do that. That's a nice little method I've seen before. You've got Shield Guard here, who's got an AoE on his A2 that fills his turn meter by 20% on each critical hit. 4 critical hits means 80% turn meter, so he's getting a lot of turn meter and going very fast. he's also really survivable. So you've got two great uncommons for the barbarians. Then it used to be that everybody would farm up a War Maiden. We don't do that anymore because so many of us get Deacon Armstrong with our new accounts. But before you could get Deacon Armstrong, she was a 100% decreased defense champion. And you could get this down to a 3-turn cooldown. A lot of people would build her to 50 just for arena. So you would have her. She's farmable from campaign. So you can get one of her, and you can go ahead and get Zephyr Sniper and Shield Guard. Also in this faction is Soulbound Bowyer. Now, Soulbound Bowyer has an AoE on her A1 that has an additional 25% chance of inflicting a critical hit, which is true for all of her skills. So you only have to build her to 75% crit rate. She can do a ton of damage. Here she ignores 75% of the target's defense. It hits super hard. And then she has a 100% turn meter depletion on her A3, which is basically the same as, or not the same. No, it's a full, I'm sorry, it's not a 75% turn meter reduction. It's a 100% turn meter reduction, 75% chance, books out to 100% chance. So that's like a cold heart. The only reason she's not a cold heart is because she has an affinity, so she can weak hit on this. But this is on a 4-turn cooldown. So this is an amazing rare and probably a top 15 rare in the game. So you've got War Maiden and Soulbound Bowyer, and then everybody gets 2 champions for free in this faction. Everybody gets High Khatun at 30 days, so you've got your speed lead and you've got your turn meter fill. She's also got a slow on her A1, turn meter reduction on her A3. So really good champion with decent stats here, good speed. And then at 180 days, everybody gets Scylla the Drakes, which is your all-around support carry. She's got her slow on her A1, she's got the AoE stun on the A2, and she's got the revive, which is going to help you get that 3-star in case any of your squishier champions die. But nobody's going to be that squishy except for War Maiden and Soulbound Bowyer if you're using them. And you can put Soulbound in a stun set. You can put Zephyr Sniper in a stun set. You can get more stuns out there and crowd control that way. So if you're at 185 days and you've been working your Barbarian faction crypt before that, you're probably done at 185 days. You book out Scylla the Drakes, you gear her up, get her at 6 stars, and she's just going to run you through. So with Shield Guard, with Zephyr Sniper, 2 other defensive champions, with Scylla of the Drakes, you've got another defensive champion. Now all you need is, your speed support who's going to get you moving fast and is probably built pretty tanky as well. And then you throw in 1 champion, maybe War Maiden for the drop defense, maybe Soulbound Bowyer for the turn meter decrease in the AoE, whatever. Or don't. Just drop in a second Shield Guard. Run a second Shield Guard up to 40. I bet you can clear level 21 with a second Shield Guard at 40. And if he dies, Scylla the Drakes will just bring him back. So definitely one of the easy, it's easy because you have cheap champions that do really well here. And that's not true in every faction, right? There are tons of factions where the rares are useless. The uncommons are useless. And you have to be running at least epics, if not legendaries. I mean, I think about Skinwalkers. This set of epics, for the most part, is awful. The best epic in the entire faction is a Kempton who came into the game only a few months ago, right? And prior to that, it was probably Fane. Now, Hofaries is a legit reviver for faction crypts. And in fact, if you don't build a Hofaries, you absolutely have to have an Uko, because that's the only epic or rare that has a revive. I think actually Rain Beast has a conditional revive, right? Is it Rain Beast? Yeah. Attacks 1 enemy 2 times, revives a random ally with full HP if this attack kills the enemy, which you can't use against bosses. So this is a much, much harder faction to clear. Now you've got a decent rare here in Gnarlhorn. So you got 1 good rare. I've heard recently that Satyr is actually decent. I don't know, this is a 4-turn decreased turn meter, 4 times random decreased turn meter. So I've never actually used this before, but somebody was just talking about this in a stream recently. So that's an interesting choice. But you don't have a lot of AoEs, you don't have a lot of heals, you don't have a lot of tankiness. If you have a Kempton, you're probably fine. But if you don't have a Kempton, then you have to go the other route. Now, Sun Wukong's going to help everybody. But prior to that, and once that goes away, this gets harder again. Anyway, that's my little chat about Barbarian faction. So I'm going to look at the poll now, and we're going to see what it says. Deacon is 35%. Shield Guard is 35%. Wukong at 19%. Any other at 9%. Poll complete at 31 votes. Tommy Dash says Saturn was a good godsend for Skinwalkers. That was you? Of course it was you, Tommy. I should have known it was you. It's always you. You're the one with all the crazy, like, super insightful tips. All right. My Barbs team until recently was HK, Syl, Shield Guard, Soulbound, and Warmater, most of them at 50. Yeah. Tag, you can definitely clear Barbarians without a 6-star. Absolutely. I'm pretty sure I did it. I might have had Syl of the Drakes at 60. She might have been my only 60. But yeah, all right, let's go ahead and 6-star somebody. Let's do that. Let us do that. Let's do it right now.
Do it. For the people. I think I'll 2-key hard again. Nice.
All right, here we go. Got our 6-star Shield Guard. Faction keep
Play the game.
On Monday. What's that?
I said play the game. 6-star Shield Guard.
So now the question is, where do I go to level him up? I think I just go straight to Minotaur. Let's do some stage 13 Minotaur. I still need... I need masteries on everybody here. But maybe I can pull Jamarsa out. Maybe I don't need her. I could get Saurus a few masteries. Let's see. Can I 5-star another champ? I don't think I can. Nah, I can't. All right, so let's see what happens. Let's see what happens here. Some things in here don't react. I can't even do it. Some things in here don't react well to bullets. I only know about these obscure free-to-play champs because I'm an elitist tryhard, lol. I had Mithrala and Lydia before I got Syl. That's impressive. Having Lydia before you get Syl. I think Mithrala it's really dependent upon the champions you get. If you can get the right champions for a Hydra team, just start farming right away. Then if you have a clan who clears the first 2 difficulties or so, and you're just getting, 4 chests every week, you can actually get that Mithrala really fast. When I started trying for Mithrala, I was like, oh, I didn't even realize Mithrala was the reward. Like I did Hydra, I didn't like it, I stopped playing. And then like 2 months later, I saw a Mithrala video. Somebody did a content creator did a video on Mithrala, and I was like, this champion's amazing. How do you get her? Oh, you get her from Hydra? I didn't even know that. So I had to go back in there and start messing around. And the problem with Hydra is because it's only once a week, I would miss the Hydra keys. I would be like, oh, I can do it at the end of the week. Oh, I can do it at the end of the week. And then the end of the week would come and I'd be really busy and I'd forget that it was the end of the week. And then I'd be like, hey, did I do my Hydra keys this week? And I'd look and it'd be like 6 days, 12 hours. And I'd be like, I'd missed it because it was last night. And so that happened to me like 4 times. And finally I just buckled down. And then I got Mithrala in like 5 or 6 weeks. Because my clan was clearing like the first 3 stages, the first 3 difficulties. So anytime I went in and actually got a chest, I got 2 copies. And you only need the lowest chest to get, some shards or fragments. I should call them fragments. Not too bad.
Ricardo said you should buy the masteries, but that would require having the gems to buy the masteries.
Yeah, I'm not going to buy the masteries.
On the Noob free-to-play account, I don't think that's likely to happen.
Well, I could have saved for the masteries, but I knew I wasn't going to buy the masteries.
Yeah.
I bought the masteries for Athel. And I saved the barrel for Athel, and so I think I did. Did I use my barrel? I'm pretty sure I used my barrel. I forgot. I'm assuming I increased this to stage 15. But anyway, I want to get onto my main account. I need to do this because I want to work on that speed tune.
Yep, I'm letting you entertain the people while I refill my drink.
You're letting me entertain the people?
Yeah, just allowing you, you know.
Okay, well, I appreciate it.
Passing gift.
Are you entertained, people? Are people entertained?
Are they not entertained?
That's why they put Hydra Key as an advanced quest. That advanced quest ticks me off. That advanced quest ticks me off so much. Because a lot of times you're doing your advanced quests at the end of your day. You're like, oh, it's 2 hours from reset. Let me make sure all my advanced quests are completed. And then you see that you have a Hydra quest. And it might take you an hour and a half to do the Hydra. You know, because like you want to do it right. So a lot of times what I've done for that Hydra quest is I've literally put in 6 random level 1 champions. Started it, ended it, clicked accept results, and just thrown away a key. I just throw away the key to complete that advanced quest. It's so annoying. That's not a way to improve, like, making people remember that it's a Hydra thing. Like, I don't think that's a good solution to that problem. What they could do is they could give you 1 key every 24 hours. Let you get in there 5-7 times, you know? And it's like, but you have to use it or it doesn't accumulate. That would be cool. I wouldn't mind that. That was stage 13. Let's I don't know if I can do stage 15. Let's try to do stage 15. How far down the mastery tree can you go with stage 15 in Minnow? I don't know what that means. I actually just recently did the math on this, Ricardo. Like, I just worked through all of the math on Minotaur. And you actually come out ahead with stage 13. You spend a little bit more in terms of energy per scroll, but because you get experience and silver, you come out ahead. At stage 14, you come out ahead more, and at 15, it's not even close. You gain like it's actually ridiculous. Something like it's like 40% more efficient or something at stage 15 to farm it. If you can farm it with a solo farmer and 4 champions that are gaining XP at the same time, it's so much more efficient. It's not even in the same, like, it's ridiculous. It's like you're playing 2 different games. If you're doing it with 1-in-1, which is the fastest way to do it, right? Where you just have 1 champion who's leveling up and getting scrolls and 1 champion who's carrying you, it's still significantly more efficient. So Master Fidan, the way the masteries work is you collect scrolls. And you spend those scrolls on the champion's masteries. And so it looks like I don't know if I'm going to have enough here. But so you just need to get the top tier scrolls, which I think you start getting at like stage 11 or 12 or something. So farming Minotaur 15 will complete your masteries. You just have to spend the time and the energy in here. Now you can buy them with 800 gems. You can buy your masteries with 800 gems per champion, or you can come in here and run the dungeon. The best way to do it is to have a dedicated Minotaur farmer, just like a dedicated campaign farmer. You can see we're getting the scrolls. And then run champions up once. Like if you 6-star them and they're at level 1, rather than running them through campaign to level them up or putting potions in, brews in them, you bring them into Minotaur and you just level them until they get all of their masteries. You can even do it at, like, if you know you've got a legendary that you're going to 6-star, you can do it at level 1, 5-star. So you have all of that time. Once you actually cap out on experience and you stop getting the experience in Minotaur, it becomes less efficient. It's still better to do it in Minotaur than to buy them. Or at least it's more efficient to do that. You get more resources for your gem spend. But it takes time, obviously. So if there's something that you want to do really quickly, and you have a great champion and you just don't want to wait around, you can always buy the masteries if you have the gems. But I don't like to spend my gems that way. Any level of minnow that gives red scrolls can get you enough to max them out. I see stage 15 can max out all your scrolls. Got it, yeah. Yeah, so the gem conversion on average is roughly 600. It's about 665, 668 gems, something like that. Most people call it 680 because you just round all of the things, and you're not perfectly efficient. People call it 680, but it's actually a little bit less than that. And then in terms of the silver you get, it's per champion. It's about $1.25 million, it's about 1.2 million, something like that. 1.2 million silver that you get. And then in terms of XP, it's like 2.5 million XP per champion if you're running a 1 in 4. So it's not even close.
Carter did potentially make a point here. One of the problems with those calculus is that it doesn't take into account the equipment and resources you get using that energy in other dungeons.
Well, you can use your gems in other ways. That's true. But if you're calculating energy of the gems that you spend, it's just a matter of saving. Because if you spend those gems on masteries, you're not spending those gems in other places in terms of energy, right? So it's about using the energy versus the gems. So the extra gems that you saved can be spent in other places. And so you can actually also gain that value. You could do that calculation. So if what you're saying is use if you just have the energy and you don't have to spend gems, you could spend the gems and then use the energy that you have instead of converting gems into energy. Just use the energy that you have in another place. But you're already doing that conversion by turning gems into energy. So those calculations are fine. Minotaur is efficient if you're doing stage 13, 14, or 15. But it depends on the split. And typically you don't do 13, right? Like if so this should be doing 14. And I literally just wrote down the calculations. I probably have the information still. I'll see if I can get it. I don't know which notebook it's in. Yeah, I do everything on paper. But I just did the calculations like 2 days ago because somebody else brought this up. Here it is. Okay. All right, for stage 15, I don't see my stage 14. I might have done that on a throwaway sheet. But for stage 15, it's roughly, we call it 670 gems, but we round up to 680 gems, which is 17 refills. Now, if you do 1 in 1, so the least efficient is, let's see, the least efficient is 4 in 1. Like if you're running 4 champions that aren't getting anything for 1 champion that is getting experience and scrolls, then you end up with 650,000 free XP and 1.1 1.15 million free silver, and the mastery, 20% of the masteries for a second champion in the same place for 800 gems. So if you buy masteries and you don't spend that energy anywhere else, you're just buying the masteries, you're throwing away 650,000 experience, 1.1 million silver, and a fifth of another champion's masteries, as opposed to just running the Minotaur at 15. And that's at 4 and 1. That's at 4 champions that are getting nothing and 1 champion that is getting actual experience. If you run it at the best value, which is 1 and 4, right? 1 champion that is carrying 4 champions through, you're getting 2.5 million experience per champion, like that you're spending 800 gems on, right? For every 800 gems. Again, the same silver because it's the same number of runs. And then it would be 20% masteries for each champion then. So you could basically level up, 4.8 champions for the same number of gems. It's way, way better. It's not even close. It just takes time, right? Because we're talking about 155 runs per champion. So if you're running a 1 and 4, if you're having 1 champion carry and 4 champions grinding simultaneously, you have to do 620 runs. And call it 90 seconds a run. You're talking about 15 hours. But you can't spend the energy in 2 places at the same time. Impossible, even with Raid Helper or BlueStacks. Impossible. The time spent is important, but the energy is already converted. Like I don't know what you're bringing up about the energy. Like the calculation doesn't account for what you could get for that energy. You can't get energy. You have spent the gems on mastery. If you spend 800 gems on masteries, you can't get energy for that 800 gems. That's it. The gems are gone. If you spend the 800 gems to get energy and go in the Minotaur's labyrinth, then you not only get the same number of masteries that you were going for before, but you get these millions of XP, all of that silver, and additional masteries above and beyond what you would have gotten had you bought it. At low level, it's better to get equipment than saving 100 gems. Okay, if you're in a place where you can potentially use those gems on energy that are going to get you good equipment. So I'll show you what right now what's going on with me. Well, let me just go ahead and clear these. And I'm a free-to-play player. Like I've been playing free-to-play as well. So like, great, you're a free-to-play player, and we can disagree and we can have different perspectives on it. But I'll show you. All right, so let me show you what I'm doing in dungeon. So right now, I'm on stage 12 of the dragon. I can't get stage 13. So I would only farm stage 11 here. I wouldn't farm stage 12. It doesn't make sense. So I can get 4 and 5-star gear here. Now, 5-star gear drops are good, but 5-star drops here are also not that high. It's like, it's like 30%, 35%, something like that. So I'm getting mostly 4-star gear. 4-star gear doesn't help me. I have good 4-star gear on most of my champions. I need 5-star gear, right? So spending energy on dragon isn't great. And this is the place I'd want to spend energy. Why? I need accuracy. I need speed. I need lifesteal. And I could use stalwart, So those are all good sets. Now I could come in here to Fire Knight. Fire Knight has good gear, but I can only get to 10. I can't even get to 11. So again, worse drop rates. And in here, even though there are a couple of good sets that I need, like Savage Stun and Regeneration, right? Maybe Shield. There's also a lot of bad sets. So for 800 gems, if I convert that, here's another thing. At this stage, I'm only have a max energy of 115. So it's not even super efficient for me to yet buy energy for gems. I'm giving away 15 energy per pack, right? So regardless, that makes Minotaur less efficient as well. But my point is, like, if I have energy to spend and I go into Minotaur, like, that's going to be more efficient. That is going to save me gems. And the other places where I could spend them aren't particularly useful, whereas this actually increases my power on my champions, right? Actually getting my masteries increases my power on my champions. Also, I don't have to wait. I get energy every day, right? To save up 800 gems and then drop it all on a champion and then have no gems again means I can't potentially spend those gems at an opportune time to get energy to finish off a tournament before I have to go to bed, or to, complete a fusion or something like that. So having gems is much more valuable than having energy generally, right? Because energy is cheap and gems are expensive. But if you want to do the gem to energy conversion, I'm still getting more value out of Minotaur right now than I am out of buying masteries. Like, even if I'm farming 14, if I'm farming 15, it's even better. Now, I think if you want to buy masteries on your second champion, that's great. You should do it. You should do it. But saying that you should buy masteries on 4 or 5 champions, I'm not going to recommend that to anybody. I do think you could do it. I think you could buy masteries on every single champion. If you wanted to, go ahead, spend all your gems only on masteries. Play an account that way, because that gives you a ton of time back. And that is the consideration that you mentioned that I think is really important. Get your time back, especially if your time is limited in the game, right? And then especially if you're not using RSL Helper or something like that, get your time back, and that's valuable. So I wouldn't say to anybody, I don't think you can, you can't do that. That's bad. No, that's fine. It's fine. It's not optimal. It's not the optimal way to play in terms of getting the most value for your gems in in-game resources. But you may be getting more value for your gems in terms of time, and that's a completely valid point. And I will happily support you in that. I would never say no to that. Who's the champ that can farm stage 15 in Minotaur? There are hundreds of them. There's probably 200 champions in the game, at least, that can farm stage 15 in Minotaur. You just need to get one of them and then get the gear. I'm not talking about the energy, but if you spend 800 gems to get masteries and then spend your time in dungeons, you'll start accumulating gear faster, which means faster progression. That's assuming 2 things. One is that you can farm a level of dungeon that actually improves the gear that you have, like your overall gear accumulation improves. And the second is that you have extra resources, right? Like that the 800 gems didn't matter to your energy pool, and you can still just farm dungeons forever. But those 800 gems equal a certain amount of energy, and that energy is gone now, whether you spend them on energy or you spend them on mastery. The lack of Minnow tournaments event points is why most players have a big backlog of masteries. That's true. I am doing stage 12, 14 energy instead of 10, 12 energy for the same drop. I'm not sure what you're talking about. In the dungeons, I'm not. I'm farming the most efficient stage in dungeons, but I'm trying to push my maximum to see how far I can get, to see if I can get above that, because there's a more efficient, better dungeon stage ahead of me. I'm not farming the highest stage. I'm farming the most efficient stage.
Nothing like a little bit of controversy.
Yeah. I don't think buying on 4 or 5. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I would buy on 1 or 2. Ancients early game are almost more valuable for chickens than champs. Yeah, actually, when you pull, when you get a 10 pull and it's all blue, early in the game, in a lot of cases, you can use some of those champions as faction crypt champions for a while, but then you just turn them into 4-star chickens. At level 55, free to play, buying gems. I'm not sure what you mean. I can take down Ultra Nightmare in 2 or 3 keys with no counterattack, immortal, or shields. So I'm doing something right. I'm not sure what you mean there in terms of buying gems. Are you saying buying masteries for gems only? Also, a free-to-play player, usually you don't have enough interesting champions to level 4 in a row at Minotaur. That's not really true. I do it all the time on my main account. In fact, I'll show you. Let me get out of here. I wanted to get over to my main account. And I'm into the game a ways. You know, I'm over 2 years into the game, so I definitely I've used this method a lot. In fact, I'll often save champions at like level 10 or 20. Like I'll leave them there and gather a few of them and then level them up together. Sometimes I'll level a champion in levels, not in terms of like masteries and stuff, because of a champion training event, and you just get a lot of points for leveling a 5 or a 6 star. So sometimes I do that. But so this is my main account, and I'll show you what I'm doing right now. So I'm in Minotaur's Labyrinth, right? Now, right now I have these 360s in here, but they all need masteries. And they're all close. And I leveled them up in here. I just happened to like put a couple of levels on them during a champion chase. But so if I go into these champions, let's look at these champions here. So Lydia is getting close, right? So I leveled her from like level 24 or something all the way up to 60 in Minotaur. And I got to about 300 scrolls on her when she hit 60. So it's not 100% efficiency here, but I'm still getting masteries on 4 champions. Brogni, I happened to level up during the champion training just because I felt like it. And I was going for some extra legendary books or something, legendary tomes. I had started, he only got to like level 8 or something in Minotaur, and then I leveled him out to 60. But so he's still pulling scrolls. I've got, who else was in the, so Newt is my carry. I leveled him up almost exclusively in Minotaur, actually. And he was my carry at like level 50 or something. When he was level 50 and he didn't have all his masteries, he was already carrying me. So he just hit 60. And he's mastered out, but now he's my carry. So he's the guy who clears it with everybody else. I did this with Emic. You can see he is fully booked. He just hit 60 and he hit 950 scrolls at level 59. So he was perfect. I got all, like, I think I started him when I got him at level 50 and I ran him up to like 28 or something. And then I maxed him out to 50, turned him into a 6 star, and then put a few brews on him and literally hit 60 like 2 minutes after I hit 950 scrolls. So he was absolutely perfect. I got 100% of his experience either from Minotaur or from brews. And this all happened in like the last couple of weeks. And then I got Lady Annabelle, you can see. So I did put some levels on her during the champion training. So she is maxed out, but you can see she's already getting her highest tier scrolls. And I would say I probably got something like 40% of her XP, maybe 50% of her XP from Minotaur. And then who was the last champion? There was somebody else. Oh, Lady Kimmy. Lady Kimmy still doesn't have all of her XP, so she's actually still getting XP. So in this particular case, right now, at this moment, I'm starting to throw away. Oh, I didn't even. Sorry. So these were the champions. So at this moment right now, I am now throwing away that extra XP except on Kimmy. So I could do this. I could pull them out. If I wanted to be really efficient, this would be more efficient, right? Because I would get scrolls and XP on Kimmy, get her up, and then I could swap some other champions in. But I have gotten a lot of extra XP. I've got a lot of levels out of these champions. I've gotten a lot of silver out of these champions. And the reason that I 60'd them, like I said, was for a champion training event. But that being said, even if they were all 6 stars, all level 60, and all I was getting was masteries, it's still only 675, 680 gems per champion, plus I'm getting silver. Right? I'd be getting 4.5 million silver here versus throwing that away on masteries. Now, I don't need these champions for progression. These are valuable champions. I'm going to use them in places, but I don't need any of these to like massively improve my account. So I can take the time and do it. Now, if I had a champion that would massively improve my account right now, and I was like, hey, I don't have the 6 hours to run this champion through Minotaur because I want to get my clan boss keys done today, and I think this will help my speed tune. And all right, maybe the 800 gems is worth it because it gets you, you know, an extra void shard or something. I don't know. But the reason that I have tens of thousands sometimes of gems, because I've gotten as high as like 20,000 gems before, is because I don't spend gems in Minotaurs. It saved me. It has literally saved. When you look at all of the champions that I have masteried out, and on this account, by the way, on this account, I've never bought masteries before this week. I bought my first champion's worth of masteries this week. I ground out my starter champions masteries on this account because that was before I knew about buying masteries. But I got every single mastery on every champion on this account without buying ever until just this week because I wanted to make a video and I had a ton of extra gems and I was like worried about not having video for one day. And as a content creator now, I'm like, sometimes I want to get a video out on a schedule. And so I actually bought a Champions Masteries this week. And the reason I justified it to myself is because like, well, you didn't buy your starter Champions Masteries. So this is just like buying your starter Champions Masteries 2 years late. That's what I did. But so let's see, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 76 stars. 76 stars. Most of them are fully masteried. Some of them are not 100% masteried. Like Apothecary here is not all the way yet. But most of these, okay, I haven't done this guy yet. But yeah, we're getting close. So you can see all of these. Right? So a few of them have a few holes. Yeah, sorry. But most of them are at least, oh, I got to get Naya. I didn't realize she wasn't finished. That's frustrating. You know? So if we call it, let's say we call it 60 champions that I have masteries on, because also a bunch of these 50s, some of these 50s are even complete. Some of them are not, but some of them have, there are at least a couple that have like close to full masteries or full mastery. So let's call it 60 champions worth of masteries, right? At 120 gems a champion, that's over 7,000 gems. How many gems do I have on my account right now? I have 7,300 gems. So all of my gems are because I've basically been farming Minotaur. Bryce says they want minimum inefficient because they would rather you chase new champs than realize you can complete the content with what you have. Shock is here. Hey, Colred, just shared in Discord that I got the first 6-star on the NOOB versus Pro account. Congrats, man. That's awesome. Live Wild says, I'm struggling so bad on Doom Tower Final Dark Fae. Beaten it before, but can't seem to duplicate the win. Ultra frustrating. She is very frustrating. I almost always manual Dark Fae. I've built auto teams before that are like 70 or 80% win rate effective. But then I'll like change those champions for other teams, and then Dark Fae comes back around and the auto tune doesn't work anymore. And so that's been really frustrating. So rather than like constantly regearing champions, I just manual it. And it's not an easy fight. It's not an easy fight. I'm gonna give my Dark Fae recommendation that I give to everybody right now, though. If anybody is struggling with Dark Fae, here's something you can do. All right, so I'm gonna go into my arena. And I'm going to show you my arena team. So this is my Go First arena team. It's these 4 champions. If you have a speed-tuned Go First team, that is the team you will be facing in Dark Fae. So you can bring this team into Dark Fae, add one champion that doesn't break the speed tune and helps you clear the boss or the waves up to the boss. And that can be your Dark Fae team. It doesn't work 100% of the time. You might have to tweak things a little bit. But you can take this team and bring it into Dark Fae. Now, I have a problem here in that my Genbo has become disconnected. I need about 10 more speed on him. So let me look at his speed. Where is my Genbo? All right, so he's at 221. So in order to be properly speed tuned, I need a nuker running at about 232. Let's call it 232. Let's see if I have another nuker who does that, because I might. And let's see if I have a decent nuker who's running at 232. No, 189. 212. I just slowed him down too. That's too bad. He was running at 230. I think he was running exactly at 232 or 234. What about Ray? 230. Ouch. Let's see if I can get some more speed on her. Yeah, we can get more speed on her. Actually, let me check Ninja. No, Ninja's too slow. All right, let's go ahead and enchant this. I shouldn't do that. I should do this one. Why would I not do that? There we go.
I'm so close, and I'm getting mystery shards. No.
Okay, so now Ray is running at 235, and this is going to be even better because I've got Cardiel's ally attack, and she's got an AoE on her A1. So now I'm going to go into Dark Fae. I'm going to take this team. I'm going to swap out Ray for Genbo. But you could run if you don't have a disconnected team like I do, or like I do in Arena. You can just run your Arena team. All right, so let's go in Doom Tower. I'm going to take on Hard Dark Fae. Well, let's do the top one. Let's see if we can do the top. All right, so this is the team I normally run here. Right now, this is a good team to run because turn meter decrease on Dark Fae helps, especially if you don't have a lot of sustain. So I'm going to pull these two champions out here. I'm going to leave my Vizix in, and I'm going to pull my Ninja, and I'm going to give myself that Arena team that I had. And we were doing, who were we doing? Ray? We were doing Ray, right? Okay. So this is basically my Arena team, these four champions. Obviously, you can't get Arbiter's aura in here, so you have to use either Deacon or, in this case, I'm going to use Cardiel. Now, you don't have to have Cardiel. Like, you could, you know, pull this guy out and put somebody else in, whoever you use. That's fine, as long as your team is speed tuned. Right? So actually, if we wanted to get Cardiel out of here, I'll drop in, who would be a good support? Let's do Syl. She's too tanky. She might be too tanky. I don't want anybody who's really tanky because I need to nuke everybody out in one shot. And I need them to be speed tuned. Let's try this. So we'll put Deacon in the lead. And this should be speed tuned just, I'm trying to think. If swapping from the 30% speed aura to the 19% speed aura would disconnect me. And I don't think it would, because I think it actually brings Arbiter closer to the pack. So I think it would actually improve my speed. So, all right, so let's try this. Let's see if we can do this. All right, so I'm going to manual. And the reason I want to manual, there are a couple of reasons, but one is I want to make sure that I have my entire opener, like my Arena opener, available when I get to the boss. Now I'm going up against the highest stage, and you can see I'm doing a ton of damage because these are pretty well geared champions. But if you don't have this gear, that's okay, right? Because you'll be going up against whatever stage that you're going up based on your gear. I got to make sure I don't nuke everybody out too hard because I need to come around on my skills. Vizix has the turn meter decrease on her A1. By the way, both my Ray and my Skull Crown have stun sets. So I'm just trying to keep the turn meter of everybody down, and now it looks like I'll probably nuke out the wave. Now, I think I have all of my skills available. Now, because your team gets stolen, everything in your team gets stolen. All the speed, all the resistance, all the accuracy, all the defense, everything. But because you're tied and you're initiating the fight, you get to go first. So if you have a turn meter filler on your first champion, or you have a 100% AoE CC on your fastest champion, either one will allow you to gain the advantage against the enemy team. But again, just like in Arena, if you get disconnected, you know how fast that enemy Arbiter is. She's going to jump right in, and then your team's going to die. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open just like I would be in Arena. And luckily, I get all of my skills here. And now Ray should go. Now, Ray actually has a chance to freeze here. She has, I think this is actually a 75% chance to freeze when it's booked out, and it doesn't show that. But so I'm going to actually use this AoE and see if I can't freeze. If I can freeze Arbiter or Deacon Armstrong or both, that's probably going to be great. And if I can kill some of them. I've killed some of them. Okay. So now their Arbiter's going to go and bring everybody back, which is unfortunate. Now I'm going to go ahead and use my Provoke from Vizix. All right. So I might lose here because I did not nuke out hard enough. Yeah, I'm going to lose here. So as soon as they get to go, I'm in trouble. So this is why normally I would bring in Cardiel here. So I'm going to try one more time with Cardiel and see if we can make this work. Now, it still might be tricky because at this level, typically I go with 100% turn meter like control team. And if I don't have that, that could be tricky. But let's see if we can do this. Let's see if we can do this with... What I might actually do is I might pull the Arbiter. Let's just do the Arena team. Let's just try that, because that's what I was talking about. And then Ray was my nuker, right? But she didn't nuke hard enough to kill everybody. It's okay. I have Cardiel this time. We'll see if it works. So now there are two things about Cardiel. One is he has a block debuffs up. So a lot of times I'll use him for that, and I won't actually use him for his ally attack because I don't want the fear. Because the fear is the RNG you can't control, right? If the fear goes up, you have a 50% chance of losing out on your turn. But if the fear isn't there, then you know you got a 100% chance to go. So often that's what I'll do. So I'll have to see how it feels when I get to the boss. But so having some way to manage the fear can be really strong at this end point.
Listen, that's what all my runs look like.
Yeah, you get to the end and then the fear messes you up, or you don't nuke them out and then they get to go. If you nuke them out and get feared, that's usually not the end, right? Because if everybody gets feared, then they're just going to have the stolen champion, whatever champion they steal from you, which is usually your nuker. And that might not be enough without like the increased attack buffs and everything to nuke your team out. So that's actually going to give you more time to come back around to your skills. But this is a very tough fight. I think this is actually the hardest. I think this is harder than Baumel. Like, I think there are more solutions to this than there are to Baumel, but it's a trickier fight. Baumel is much more predictable. You know exactly what's going to happen in the Baumel fight. Whereas here, like, you've got to tweak and tweak and tweak and tweak. And then if you tweak too far, you get worse. So I actually think in terms of like finding your solution for Dark Fae, it could be really hard. I also think the gear requirement for this is higher than the gear requirement for Baumel. So I think Baumel is the hardest first champion to get past. He's on floor 10. I think he's harder than like the first Dark Fae you meet. But these two are the hardest champions. And of the two, I would rather go up against Baumel than Dark Fae. And unfortunately, Dark Fae drops a much better gear set, right? The materials you get for the Forge from Dark Fae are way better than the ones you get from Baumel. So let's see if this works this time. Okay, so that's going to help out. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do the freeze first. All right. And now I have Cardiel going after Ray. That actually helped me out because now I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up my block debuffs buff. And then let's go ahead and drop the slow this time. All right, we wiped everybody out. Cardiel got stolen, but nobody else got feared. So not too bad. That should... Oh, didn't wipe out the Cardiel. That's frustrating. That means I can't use my turn meter reduction. Okay. So now I have to keep everybody alive and hope I can keep the turn meter down enough. And this is going to take a while because she just takes forever to kill. Luckily, we have a weaken and a decreased defense, so that should help. The question is, will I keep her turn meter down enough to heal up in between the turns that she does get? Because she will get turns. I can't stop her from getting turns with this composition. So I really only have one turn meter dropper now. And I do have the ally attack that comes around every 4 turns. So that'll help a little bit. And I have the slow. But this won't be enough to keep her turns completely off the board. So I need enough turns for Cardiel and the leech to heal everybody back up. Because when I get hit, I'm going to get hit hard.
Finally. I am done.
Congrats.
Freedom!
He is free. He is free.
Yep. Now, speaking of the Minotaur guy, now that's what I gotta go do.
Yeah. So the other nice thing about Ray here is she can strip the buffs that the boss gets. Gotta drop my slow again. I did get feared here on the Deacon because he takes the extra turn, and so he lost the buff. But didn't matter. So it looks like we're gonna get just enough healing that it looks like we're gonna survive. So as long as I don't mess up the rotation or get unlucky with the fears, it looks like I will win this one. But it's gonna take another 10 minutes of manualing, which is frustrating. And if I auto it, it's not gonna work because I didn't put it in the AI, right? Like if you just auto it, your champions use all of their abilities, and that means I wouldn't get the maximum turn meter reduction from Physics, which it looks like I need in order to get healed up. It would be nice to have the weaken out there. There's the weaken. Does anybody know why they target the Cardiel? Because they didn't take the Cardiel first. I mean, they took the Cardiel last time. Actually, they did. Is it crit damage? Because my Ray doesn't have a high crit damage. It might be because of the crit damage. Anyway, okay, I'm just going to let this go because it probably won't win, but we're going to let this go anyway because I don't feel like manualing for the next 10 minutes. So anyway, that, if you take your arena team and you tweak it a little bit, and you make sure the speed tune is connected, you can wipe out your team on the enemies. Now, one thing to worry about is the champions that you bring into the team, because you don't want anybody who's too tanky that your nuker can't kill them. You don't want anybody who has a mechanic where they can cut in on an arena team, because then they'll cut in on your team. So you don't want that to happen. And you don't want anybody who does like something that when they're stolen by the boss, they do something amazingly like powerful that they can just completely disrupt your team. And it looks like, yeah, this team is going to die probably because it looks like they're no longer using the optimal distribution of skills here. So we're probably going to die once that Vizix goes. One of the things that can happen is she does like a pain link or something, or she pulls, I forget if she steals. I think she steals the buff and she gets the ally protect. And then when you're hitting her, you're hitting your ally protector. So you can kill your own Vizix that way. That happens sometime. Anyway, I'm just going to let this go. When someone in my clan was suggesting using stone skin because the mirrors don't get it, I haven't tried that method yet because it's crazy expensive to try. That's an interesting idea. I didn't know if that happens. Is it possible to make a Bommel 90 team without the bomb champs or Lady Annabelle? Yes. Yes, the Vogoth combination doesn't require bombs or Lady Annabelle or anything. So if you have two Bommels, if you have two Vogoths at 60, you can basically bring any team in there that isn't going to overload you on bombs and you'll be fine.
Yeah, that's why I'm stuck right now.
Jacques has Cold Heart and it works wonders on Fire Knight. Yes, she does. She's perfect for Fire Knight, isn't she? Colred giving out all his secrets of Raid Shadow Legends. It's not easy to be a pro. I think this is not so much a secret as it is just a way to consider the team composition. Building an arena. Is she healing up? She's putting out a leech on my team, and I think my team's not doing enough to cleanse it or something. Yeah, I don't think this team is going to win. But we'll let it run for a few minutes. Yeah, I think it's just the way you want to think about team compositions, right? Use other teams that you already have as the basis for the teams you need in Doom Tower. So, use your Clan Boss team, use your Iron Twins team, use your Arena team, use your Spider team as like a concept. Think about, the fight that way and see if that's going to work. Damn, Colred is winning this competition by a landslide. He's already taking out 120 Dark Fae. Yeah. Yeah. Well, technically, this account is why I'm the pro. It's not because I'm the better player. It's just because I've been in here longer.
I'm doing all right. I'm holding my own.
Also, never bring Wukong into Dark Fae. The Shadow form will use its passive and revive all the time. Ouch. Appreciate that example, Colren. Gave me hope. Yeah, you can also come in here with CC champs. Sometimes if they're speed tuned can work really well. I like Shiromani. I bring in the 100% freeze. And then the rest of the comp doesn't have to be speed tuned. If you speed tune to your AoE and your AoE will be 100%, then you're good. But remember, if you bring in a CC champion, consider the affinities of your team. You want to make sure that you can land on your own, land your CC on your own team. So you don't want to bring in champions that are strong affinity to your CC champion. So let's say you're bringing in why can't I think of Ragash? Let's say you're bringing in a Ragash or a Staltis, or you're bringing in, a Shiromani or a Yakarl or somebody like that. You want to make sure that Yakarl doesn't have any weak affinities, so that's fine. But yeah, it looks like did my comp break there? No, is it still working? Still working. That's weird. Over on my OBS, it looks different than it does on my live feed because my live feed is like delayed a little bit. So I'm like, is my team still working? Yeah. Oh yeah, it's working over there. And then I look over there and everybody's dead. So yeah, it fell apart. She also heals based on spirit champs with her ability. Oh, I didn't know that. Something you learn every day from Tommy. I learn something new every day from Tommy. I always try to learn something every day from Tommy. I'm going to read the boss guide right now. Heals Astronix by 10% of her max HP for each spirit champion on the enemy team. How many spirits champions was I bringing? What was I bringing? I was bringing Deacon, so he's 10%. So maybe I shouldn't bring Deacon anymore. Deacon, no! It's my favorite champion. That was my team, right? So it was just the 10% from Deacon? That's what it was. Okay. So instead, I would have to speed tune somebody else, which is, you know. The other thing you can do, obviously, is like, the thing about Arbiter is she's really fast, and Deacon's really fast, and they get the team moving. But you could also go with like a much slower team that takes fewer turns. And that could be more forgiving in terms of killing your own team. But generally, the reason you want to go fast is because you're using turn meter control on her. Then you want more turns, because that equals more turn meter.
Gotta go fast.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of. I think I was using my Seeker. Now this Seeker has a Relentless set, which could be dangerous.
Wow, that couldn't hit at a more perfect time. I was just about to run out of energy, and then I leveled up.
That's always nice.
Yeah.
That's like when you're in an MMO and you're fighting somebody, you're about to die. And you level up and you're like, hey, I've got 100% HP.
Yeah, you're 5% and running away. You get that last hit. I knew it was close, but I didn't think it was going to hit right there.
Yeah, now I want to beat this Dark Fae. She's like irked me. Like, all right, I'm going to bring in a team here that I think can win. I'll be honest, I don't know if this team's 100% either. I have Allure in a Relentless set as well. I just realized that. I just switched that because I for some reason at some point, and I was talking about this on stream, I think recently. I was talking to somebody about this. But I had Allure at 100% crit rate because that's what you need her to guarantee your drop turn meter. And then she was really squishy and she kept dying in some fight. Maybe even the last time Dark Fae was around. Maybe that's the fight that was the problem. And so I rebuilt her to be tankier. And I guess when I was rebuilding her, I forgot about the 100% crit rate thing. So all of a sudden I had her at like 60% crit rate or 65% crit rate or something like that. And what happened was I came back in here and she wasn't dying, but I kept noticing that she was missing turn meter. Like, not all the time, but a lot. And I was like, why is she missing turn meter? She shouldn't be missing turn meter at all. And I looked at her build and I was like, why did I rebuild her this way? I spent millions of silver on it, I'm sure. And I messed up the entire build. So then I tried to rebuild her back into her old build. And I've gotten rid of the gear or changed the gear or put it on somebody. I couldn't find it. Oh, I gotta provoke this guy. Whoops. Oh, I totally messed that up. Well, that's the end of that. I was talking and I completely messed up my A1 cycling. I didn't even think about it. That's a mistake. That's a mess. Yeah, so I messed up the rebuild. I couldn't rebuild her back to where she was. So I found a Relentless set that was like 85 or 88% crit rate or something like that. So she's still not 100% crit rate, but she's got a chance to do extra turns. And so potentially she could actually drop more crit rate. I mean, more turn meter than before. But let's see if we can. I want to be able to do this now. Now I'm frustrated. Now I'm angry that I messed up twice. But autoing this fight is really it's really finicky. And you have to use the AI to do it because you have to A1 cycle on your last turn. And if your champions are too strong and they kill the wave too fast, then you can't A1 cycle. And if you're a little bit too weak so that you need to use like your full skills to break the wave, then you also can't A1 cycle. So it's like you have to be in this sweet spot sort of in between where you're not too strong, but you also can't be too weak. So sometimes it kind of benefits you to build a slower team. Not a slower team in terms of like speeds, but a slower team in terms of like just taking more turns and not doing as much damage. Like go with a very heavy turn meter decreased team, like max out the CC and don't worry about damage. And as long as you can control the boss, it doesn't matter. If she never gets a turn, then you're good. And if the waves never get a turn, then you're good. Then it doesn't matter how squishy you are. So fast and turn meter. That's basically, I guess that's basically the upshot of all of this. Now, son, how far have you gotten in your Doom Tower? You beat the first Bommel, didn't you?
No. I get in a Bommel and I get wrecked.
Oh, but you've gotten 2 Bommel.
I've gotten 2 Bommel and I cleared my first secret room.
Gotcha.
If only they would let me, would let us redo secret rooms so I could spend those 5 keys they always want me to spend.
Yeah.
That energy is just going to waste every single day. I can't get it. Can't get it. Yeah, I don't think I have what I need for Bommel yet.
All right, this is a problem. I think those 2 will come back. That doesn't matter, though. All right. Well, I don't have a reviver this run, so I'm frustrated. I think it's the cold heart that's a problem. So this team works. This team works fine. But yeah, I was hoping to get something that was more turn meter friendly. All right, so we're getting close to the end of the stream. I want to show off this poison explosion thing that I've been working on. So I can't show you the speed tune because that would require me going back to Deadwood Jedi site and rebuilding the calculator and making you sit through all that, and that's just a pain. So I'll do that for some future video. But I do want to show off this poison explosion. So basically what I did is I got this... Where is she? Ellen Arl. So I got Ellen Arl a while ago. I got Ellen Arl like over a year ago. And she has this skill right here. Deals damage from all poison debuffs on all enemies instantly. By the way, this is not a hit, and it also doesn't require accuracy. It just activates debuffs. So no accuracy, and it doesn't matter. Attack percentage doesn't matter. Crit rate, crit damage doesn't matter. Just explodes the poisons. Every stack of them, everywhere on the board. So I was like, oh, that's cool, but I don't have like a great poison setup yet. I don't really have a great poison setup. Now, she can put out some poisons, but not like a ton. Yeah, I haven't finished her masteries yet. But then, like a month later, or maybe 2 months later, I picked up... Where is he? There he is. Picked up Calvalax. So now Calvalax has this passive, places 4 poisons on all enemies for 2 turns at the start of each round. So he spawns in and just, boom, poisons on everybody. Then he has a 50% chance of placing a poison debuff on all enemies for 1 turn at the start of each turn. So he can put out more, which is great. So if you put him out there, you get these 4 poisons out there. And then you have Ellen Arl who can blow them all up and they can do all damage. Now, that's usually not enough to clear a wave on its own. So you need more poisons. You could potentially use a poison sensitivity. And you could also use a hex. Those are all ways to get more damage out there. So that was what was my sort of intention. But the reason I wanted to build this champion was because I thought, you know what? I love Nishak. Nishak is awesome. Right? Now, he has this thing where he throws out bombs, and then he like lowers them, and then when they detonate, they turn into poisons. So every time a bomb debuff placed on this champion detonates or is removed, places 2 poison debuffs for 2 turns. Now he puts out tons of bombs. You can fill up a debuff bar with just Nishak Verminlord. In fact, it's impossible to have Nishak in any kind of boss team that doesn't one-shot something where he doesn't fill up the buff bar or the debuff bar. He just fills it up every single time against every boss. So I was like, well, he does great damage against the clan boss, but the problem is unless you speed tune him perfectly, he will like wipe out your ability to get a weaken out there or a decreased defense or decreased attack or whatever else you're trying to get on the boss. And then in addition, he runs out of bomb space. He can't use bombs anymore because his bombs turn into poisons and then the poisons stay there for 3 turns or 2 turns. And then he doesn't have any space to put his bombs. So he has to wait for his own poisons to come off before he can put more bombs up. So I was like, you know what would be great with Nishak? Poison Exploder. So I was like, let's run Elenaro with Nishak and let's see that work. Well, she removes the poisons, but they don't do any damage against the clan boss because apparently Poison Explosion doesn't work against the clan boss. So I'm going to try speed tuning him with like a Venom Mage or something to see if the activations are enough to get him more bombs out there. It might be. He does a ton of damage, so he might be enough just on his own. I don't know, but I'm going to speed tune that clan boss and get that out there this week. But in the meantime, I'm like, I now have this Elenaro completely built out. And I'm like, what do I do with her? So we're going to run her. We're going to run this team in some dungeons. And we're going to mess around with this. And we're going to see what happens here. So this is the team I've come up with. I think this is the team I've come up with. So I want to run this team. Let's see how it works. Now she's weak affinity here. I don't think that matters because it doesn't take accuracy. We're fine. So we're going to see how this works against, I'm not going to blow up the wave so much as I want to blow up the dragon. So let's go ahead and get some poisons out there. I'll do this just for fun. He places extra hit for poisons. And he can also do this, but okay. More poisons. Let's see how hard why? All right, let's see how hard this hits. Nice. All right, so just melts a wave. Just melts a wave. Really fun. But you need a lot of poisons out there. And like there's got to be a faster way to do it, but I have to explore my champions. I don't have a Kymar. Kymar would allow me to remove, potential champions here for a full reset, which would be great. Or a Yumiko would help me do that too. Although I think Kymar actually puts poisons out on his A1. So that's even better. You can A1 with Kymar, put poisons out. Is it poisons or fears? I think he puts out poisons. Get the Hex out there. Get more poisons out there. We'll do bombs for fun. We don't need them. There we go. And they melt, which is fun. It's just fun to see. So now what we want to do is we want to get as many poisons out there as we can. I don't have a weaken on this team. That's what I lost, I think. Do I have a weaken on this team? I don't think I have a weaken on this team. So having a weaken would be good. Now we get the bombs. That was not that many bombs. They didn't land. All right, that's 10. So we've got, it looks like, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 21, 22 stacks of poisons. Also, a debuff extender would be cool because that would add more stacks and more stacks would be more damage. All right, so now the bomb went off and added some poisons and a poison went off and went off. So we have now 16 stacks. Let's get 20 up there if we can. We got, no. Got 19. Oh, I don't have the poison explosion available. That's awful. I think I'll get it though. Yeah, here we go. All right, that wasn't as impressive as I thought it would be. I think without a poison sensitivity and without a weaken, it doesn't do the maximum damage. So I think the maximum damage would be 1 weaken, 150% poison sensitivity, and then 8 stacks of poisons at as many turns as you can get them. That feels to me like that's what you want. You can see these turn durations increase, which I think increases the damage. Pretty sure that's how it works because it removes like all the poisons simultaneously. Yeah. All right. It's not as impressive as I expected it to be. I did it against the level 20 dragon, and it melted the level 20 dragon. I killed it in like 2 poison explosions. Level 25 is a little bit tougher. Oh, I don't actually want to die here. Gotta make sure I actually kill this thing. She's also got an HP burn on her A1, which is kind of silly. Like if she could run in Clan Boss, like if it made any sense to run her in Clan Boss, she would crush. All right, we're gonna win at least. It's a weird piece. I'm trying to think of anybody I could use that on, and I couldn't think of anybody. The closest person I could come to was Allure. Maybe Allure could use it, but you just want her fast as possible. All right. So anyway, I'm going to try to figure out that Clan Boss speed tune. But hey, did we ever decide what to do with Tommy's free takeover?
I do not believe that we did.
Zavia is poison explosion, I believe, not activation. Live Wild says, I watched the rebuild on her. Great video. Thanks. Nishak extends poisons. Yeah. I have a working poison explosion team on the main. That's good. I will, you know, if you have any tips, feel free to send them my way. It's calculated as direct damage, so you think decreased defense also helps. Yes, it is calculated. It's calculated as max HP damage, direct damage, not damage over time. So, does decreased defense improve Cold Heart's Heartseeker damage? I think it does. It is capped, but I think you're right. That's why you're talking about stage 25. That's why it did so much more damage to stage 20, because stage 25 gets that additional cap. Yeah. Yeah.
Tommy said, give it the tag.
Yeah, but I think
As long as tag is here on Tuesday.
I think Tag was trying to give it away. But Tag, do you want your account takeover for Tuesday? You going to be here on Tuesday? Let me write this down so I know that I've got the right person.
Not sure if they're still here.
We're still getting the Chuck Norris.
Tommy says whoever gives me the best compliment in chat can have it. That's the way to do it.
Well, if Tag's not here, then yeah, Tommy can potentially give it away. Or if Tommy, if you're going to be here on Tuesday, we could give it away on Tuesday. That's fine. And if not, you know what? You won the contest anyway. So
yeah,
you have that. There you go. Liv is trying. Somebody's trying. Don't cater to him. Don't listen to that. You deserve that takeover. You shouldn't have to compliment that guy just to get your takeover. No, it's Tommy. It's Tommy. All right, so I think that's it for us. Let's see. How did we do? We're 4 hours. 4 hours.
Yeah. I was good. I didn't tell you.
I didn't pay any attention.
I let you go. Well, that's you, man.
I didn't pay any attention. We went
Classic.
4 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
I didn't want to ruin your fun.
It's a good number to end on. I was on my soapbox today.
Yeah, a little bit.
I was talking about everything. I was talking about everything. I'm glad people stuck around. I think like if we look at the timeline at 2:44, we peaked at 69 viewers. And then at 2:50, we had lost 11 viewers. My guess is that's the moment I got up on my soapbox. That's the moment right there. You can track it. Sometime between 2:44 and 2:50, I was talking about market capitalism, free market capitalism. All right. Thanks for everyone to hang out. Quick reminders to please smash the like button. Smash the like button on this video. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel if you're interested. Join our Discord community. The link is on the YouTube page. It's everywhere. We have it everywhere. Additionally, we have to post our new schedule. We will be streaming Tuesdays and Fridays. Fridays usually around 1 p.m. between 1 and 1:30. Tuesdays usually around 2 p.m. They are both Eastern Daylight Time. So come join us. Tuesdays are Takeover Tuesdays, and Fridays are our free-to-play series. Fridays free-to-play, Tuesdays takeovers. So that's basically what we're doing. Because we like alliterations here at Colred Plays.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, everybody. You have a good day. I will see you soon. Say goodbye, son.